So this is Senate
You're now
Finance.
live.
Are live. This is Monday, and the committee is going to continue its work on 360. And I'm looking for some of the emails. Vince hasn't changed that. Vince wants me at noon on Wednesday to talk about pensions with the union. I've explained 3 times that I have a money chairs meeting. I'm looking for Holly Grosvenor's email. We all got one. And Maria, are you ready to start? I thought we would start walking through this and doing the fine tuning. Depending on how far we get, I'm going to try and meet after the floor tomorrow if we need to. We have a pile of bills waiting for us to get out. But this one, I don't think the other ones, other than miscellaneous tax, will go to conference. So we'll get this one, then we'll get miscellaneous tax. And then we'll do all the other ones. So Maria, why don't you start walking us through?
Sure. And so what I'm about to pull up for you is a draft that really just deals with the governance issues, the structure that you discussed on Friday, as well as the ARPA funded programs, the new programs that you've contemplated, including the conditions, the requirements of those programs and priorities. So that's going to be the bulk of what we go through today, understanding that there are other provisions in H360 that you haven't really made final decisions on, and we can return to that and start going through. But for now, that's where we'll start today. And Faith does have a copy, and I'm sure she's posted it already and possibly emailed it to you if you want to look on your own device, but I will also pull it up here to the extent that's helpful. Okay, and is that visible to you all now?
Yes, very good. I'm getting out of the.
Okay, and so based on the discussions that you had on Friday, what I looked at and what I used as a model for some of this proposal here is the Clean Energy Development Fund, a fund that's within the Department of Public Services, but controlled by a board and a fund manager based on the purposes and priorities that you establish here in this chapter. So we'll start going through this, and it might be helpful to at least go through once, maybe at a somewhat high level, so you understand kind of the whole package and how it's structured. And then we can revisit, fine tune, change however you think is appropriate.
And we are losing you at 1:30, is that correct?
You are losing me at about 1:30, a little after 1:30. So I will, I'm assuming you'll continue discussions, I will listen to everything. So feel free to state on the record whatever it is you want me to prepare for tomorrow.
Okay. That works for you. Yep.
Yep, sure.
All right.
Okay, so we might as well just start. So instead of the Vermont Community Broadband Authority, we are now looking at a fund. And again, we'll get to the board that oversees the fund and the fund manager. But in terms of the overall purpose and intent, the purpose simply states that in recognition of the historic level of broadband funding currently available to the state and the critical need for broadband access and adoption, It is the purpose of this chapter to establish the Vermont Community Broadband Fund to support policies and programs designed to accelerate community efforts that advance the state's goal of achieving universal access to reliable, high-quality, affordable broadband. And then in terms of the intent, this is something that's come up, I think, throughout your discussions, wanting to be very clear, kind of speaks to the mission of the fund. It is the intent of the General Assembly that a broadband project financed pursuant to this chapter demonstrates an economically sustainable business model that ultimately will be eligible for financing in the private or municipal bond market. So there may be a way of restating that, but I think it's your goal that state dollars or federal dollars will help to get some of these projects off the ground, others expanded, but ideally they'll be able to use those assets, their subscriber revenue, to have access to capital in the private or municipal bond market and not rely on the state. So that's an attempt to get at that issue there. And again, we can fine tune any of this. So the definitions, I spent quite a bit of time going through definitions to try to more clearly define and put into this chapter all of the terms that are used throughout so that kind of eliminate as much as possible, hopefully, any confusion that there might be. Some of them pretty straightforward. So the board throughout, we're going to be talking about the Vermont Community Broadband Fund Board, which is established in this chapter. Broadband service, I did define broadband service, really just to be perfectly clear, particularly because at some point there is referenced net neutrality requirements. That chapter has the definition of broadband service. This definition reflects the FCC's definition of broadband service. So again, I don't think it's any different than what people understand that term to mean, but just being more explicit. So community, this is new. This concept is new. A lot of what you've spoken about is kind of community, universal community projects. In other words, not the line extension to an individual household. And this is a question, and maybe we'll go through this, and maybe you'll want to go in a little bit of a different direction. But what this is looking at is an area, not necessarily a municipality, a town or a city, but a geographic area of the state without regard to municipal boundaries or size of geographic area that contains unserved and underserved locations. So that projects are going to be looking at a community, and it can be a communications union district, can be a service territory of a local telecom provider, whatever. But this is just an attempt to kind of focus in on community efforts. And as we look at the broader context, you can see if this makes sense to you.
May I ask a question?
Of course.
Going back to the definition that you started off with, where you refer to all internet endpoints served by wire or radio, does that definition include by itself mobile wireless? In other words, cellular?
It can be cellular. It can be mobile, but so it's a broad definition.
Well, the committee had
however,
sort of indicated that it didn't want to do anything regarding cellular, and I'm just wondering if that definition is in conflict with what the committee decided the other day.
That's a very good point. That was not the intent.
Are we actually,
yes.
I listened to that and had the same intake, but same concept, but you said this put us in line with the FCC, that this was their definition. I assume when we get down to what we're going to grant at this time, the money for. We're going to get into the fiber 100.
Well, that's exactly right. You do have the service characteristics that are 100. That speaks more to the wired as opposed to fixed wireless. It's a really good question. I'm going to just have to think through if we need to be more explicit that we're talking about fixed broadband service. So thank you for raising that. And let me just ponder that for a moment as we're going through this, because I hadn't intended to include mobile services here. I know it was your intent not to do that at this time. So I've made a note of
Nothing
that.
says that if more money becomes available and we are very successful, that we couldn't, that in the future, as this thing gets rolling, and if we extend the lifespan of this board, I mean, nothing's saying that at some point we won't. I think it was saying we've got this money now, it's for broadband,
Right.
and that's where we're going to focus. But I
Right.
don't know we've ever said, oh, but never are we going to deal with cell service.
Right.
Agree.
Correct. That was my understanding as well. Okay, so we'll go through. I think some of the other definitions might capture the intent here to focus on fixed broadband, but we'll make sure of that. So
Feel
in
like I'm still in the airplane and we're just coming down
yeah.
to
Hopefully
narrower
soft
definitions.
landing.
Yeah.
So in terms of a definition here of eligible provider, so this would be for a construction grant. And this is something that you might want to fine tune. But for now, the eligible providers include or encompass CUDs. I didn't know if you want other municipalities who are not part of a CUD to be eligible. So there's just a question there. Small telecommunications carriers, and they are defined. We'll get to that definition. Or a CUD in partnership with one or more other CUDs, an internet service provider, or an electric transmission or distribution utility. The fun.
Madam Chair, when we say partnership, do we mean two CUDs that have a mutual contract, or is that what we mean?
Yep, and there is
Okay,
actually
okay.
another provision that talks about establishing partnerships that have legally binding commitments or memorandum of understanding. So we'll
Thank
make
you,
sure
thank
that
Thank you.
Yeah, I
meets
think
your.
EC Fiber and CV Fiber have been working on Roxbury together.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Maria, I'd like to ask Maria, why if the flow of cash goes through a CUD in A or C, why do we need to have C?
I guess it's a good question. And maybe that depends on whether a CUD and its partner would be applying for the grant together. In other words, the CUD might issue an RFP, try to find a partner, a local ISP to partner with, and then present that plan to the board. And which was kind of how I was looking at it, but maybe and I know there is another approach that you might be considering, which is to just allocate funding to the CUDs based on their size, their number of unserved locations, and then let them, not sub-grant, but basically do with that money whatever is, it deems appropriate, and then it would enter into its partnerships or not. So that's not really I don't think the model that's reflected here, but that's certainly something that could be thought through or adjusted to allow for.
But that's almost like block granting. And I think
Yeah.
part of the concern is that we want to have some oversight into what these partnerships look like.
Right, but that's not this language here. So I want to encourage us to stay with this language. But all right, so I'll come back. I'll keep my
Okay.
question held for C. In terms of B, Maria, is this, normally you don't see in statute something that includes some private businesses and excludes others. Do you think we're able to do that because this is about grants, and so we have the right to figure out the kind of businesses we want to support with grants? Is that how we can get away with that?
Well, I think that's exactly right. It's really the state making a policy decision about where it wants public dollars to go. And you do have pretty broad discretion in deciding what makes the best policy.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Pearson, were you
If I may,
here?
Madam-
I wanted just alert Senator Pearson, because I don't think he was here earlier, that Mr. Duncan that was in on Friday owns a small, really is a cable company, does TV service, but he has strung passive fiber to half of his district. His concern was that a CUD would come in, string the fiber in the other half of his district, and then lease it to a legacy carrier and undercut him. So
I share that concern, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I had heard that from, I believe, maybe Senator McDonald. I can't remember where I
Okay.
heard, but I understood that. I'm not sure how we write that protection, but I do hope we'll try to figure that out.
board oversight would also, I think, give some surety.
I think so.
Okay.
Okay, so fund is just the fund created in this chapter. Internet service provider, basically any internet service provider, you'll see in the context of the chapter where that term comes up, where funding might be available for any ISP. Location.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Yep.
Yes.
And that is going back to the definition of eligible. This seems to limit funding to CUDs and small telecommunications carriers. What about those areas in which there is no CUD and there is no small telecommunications carrier? I think we have something like 9,900 unserved or underserved addresses in areas like that. Would nobody be eligible for any funding in those areas? And then how would we meet the requirements of the goals of the statute if that's the case?
Yeah, well, I think that's a great point. That's a policy decision. You can certainly expand it specifically in those areas, open it up to other ISPs who are not in a CUD's district, or however you want to structure it. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know that we've quite decided. I think preference is being given to community-based. I don't know that we've decided, because we've talked about doing line extensions, that under no circumstance would we allow a legacy provider to expand. The goal is to get broadband to everyone. If they can do it, and not undercut somebody else, it would seem counterproductive to just say, nope, never. I think you know, well, I'd like to give as much flexibility with oversight as possible to the CUDs to figure out what works. And if there's communities that aren't covered by CUDs, they could form one, or they could talk with a legacy provider and
That 9,900, that's like the desert, isn't it? I mean, just where,
Well, there's some holes in the map, basically.
yeah, okay, well.
there's a big one down the mountain chain, kind of in the south.
So are we gonna get through the definition so we know what to go back and
That, we'll do that and
Yeah.
keep moving. Okay,
Okay.
so we got fun.
Sure, we'll go back to that. Then location here, when that term is used, it means an E911 business or residential address connected to the electric power grid. I think this was something that you heard come up, that these are the locations that you're looking to serve to the extent they are unserved or underserved at this time. And there are definitions of unserved and underserved, and so we'll kind of get to those now. So a location that is served means a location that has access to broadband of at least 25.3. And I'm just going to skip ahead to 11. Underserved would be a location that has access to broadband between 4.1 and 25.3. And then unserved means a location that only has access to broadband that is less than 4.1. So those are the primary categories of service. What you are seeking to fund, you can see referenced in definition number 12, which is a definition of a universal service plan. This is new. So what this means is a plan for providing each unserved and underserved location in a community, CUD, Communications Union District, or service territory of a small telecom carrier, access to broadband capable of 100 symmetrical service. So these are the types of projects that you're looking to finance. That's kind of the intent of fleshing out what some of these terms mean a little bit more specifically. And again, when you look at them in context, we'll see, I understand that, you know, you may want to think more broadly about areas that might not be captured based on eligibility standards here.
Let me raise a question if I can.
Sure.
The first question is regarding small telecommunications carrier. The particular section of regulation relates to voice carriers, does it not?
That's correct. Yes. So this is only for voice carriers. These would be the legacy providers are often called the independent telephone companies. They're basically any of the incumbent telephone companies except for Consolidated, which is not considered a small carrier based on its size. So there are 8,
So
I think.
Go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
Nope, I think there are 8 independent telephone companies. This would be the Waitsfield,
Franklin.
Shoreham, all, yes.
Yep. Okay. So this then limits funding to those carriers and CUDs, but they're the companies that are doing fiber, like Duncan, for example, that would be excluded from these definitions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is
And
correct.
so from a decision or policy standpoint, the question is, do we want to, and is it our intent to exclude companies like that?
Right.
The second question on universal service plan, that deals with the unserved and underserved locations, which account to somewhere arguably between 52 and 60 some thousand locations. Is it our intent to eliminate any funding for anything that does not fall within those areas. For example, some of the areas that are in effect covered right now, indeed, that theoretically are covered by legacy providers, but where people don't have service.
When you say theoretically covered, they don't have service because they have not adopted, or they don't have access, there's not a line by the.
There's not a line to them, even though they're in an area, you know. And my question, of course, is I think of Chittenden County, for example, where, you know, theoretically we have a CUD covering it, but the question is whether the CUD will go into the areas that are heavily covered by legacy providers, even though everybody in that area isn't able to connect to a legacy provider.
Yeah, well, I think that's a really good point. Under this, the CUD would have to have a universal plan, service plan to connect everybody in its district. You know, it might do that in phases, but that's ultimately the objective. You know, if there are locations that are not in a CUD or not served by a small telecom carrier, then they would not necessarily be covered here. So
Well, according to what the Department of Public Services told us, there are about approximately 9,000 plus locations that fall into the category of not being covered by a CUD.
right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, I think that's one we have to talk about. And
Yes.
there are isolated areas within communities that legacy carriers haven't gotten to.
Yeah.
And do we want to say, generally because they're not cost effective to cover them? Do we want to
Indirect.
say that, yeah, the most efficient way is for the CUD to run wires, you know, through large sections of the legacy system? Or do we want to allow the legacy system to extend? And that's one of the fine tunings we're going to have to get to.
Madam Chair, what's
Yes.
the 9,900, I think it's 9,961, according to a chart that we were given last week, that are not covered by CUDs, but some of those locations are covered by the small telcos. So that 9,900 is just not covered by a CUD.
Mhm.
So
Correct.
they may be covered by the small telcos. And the definitions that Maria has in the draft, those locations would still fall under the definition of a location and an unserved or underserved location. So the location itself may still be eligible. And there are ways that we could still get them funding a variety of different ways. One being that the state would sort of contract and to cover those addresses that are certainly less than 9,900, because they may be covered by other providers.
I mean,
We're gonna come back to that, right?
yeah, but if that's including Champlain, Waitsfield Telecom, they have a pretty extensive area in a fairly populated area. So that could be a large, and where does see them down near Heinsberg?
Yes.
There was an office, Waitsfield, Warren, those are fairly populated areas. So Moortown, that's probably a good portion of what's being covered.
But those
Right.
particular providers are generally providing, if I'm not mistaken, 25/3 or better. So they don't fall into the unserved and underserved locations. Again, I
Okay,
could go to the
yeah.
Public Service Department and ask for more details to better understand that.
Okay, I think this is what we're gonna let the board do.
Yes.
And
All
I
right,
will, just as a spoiler alert, there is a provision that I included in here for just for your consideration that allows kind of the line extension model under certain circumstances. So that also may address some of these locations that are a little bit stranded.
Right.
This
Madam
is our
Chair,
first
Senator
bite at
Brock.
the apple. We can always come back and modify as we get some experience under our belts. Senator Bray.
Just a quick question to Senator Brock. I'm trying to understand the situation he was describing in Chittenden County. So are these addresses that fiber passes by, but there's no connection to the house, or there's no fiber at all, or a combination of those two ways of not being connected?
It's
I
not
just
so much,
didn't-
it's not so much fiber that I'm talking about. The issue of the connectivity, that's the low income thing that we'll presumably talk about later in the week. But what I'm talking about are locations, and it's not just Chittenden County, in areas that are heavily served right now by legacy providers. And based at least on what we see on the map, the question is whether CUDs have any, whether it's logical for CUDs to extend their services into areas that theoretically are serviced. But there are spots in those locations where people still can't get service, even though they're in, quote, heavily serviced areas. And the question is, are we drawing the boundary of who can obtain any funding here so narrowly as to exclude groups of people like that?
So what's the nickname for those? So when it comes up later?
Dead spots. I'm not sure. I don't know that it has a nickname.
Okay. And again, we're not going to address every issue. If we set this up properly, then the board and the director should be able to make decisions when a proposition is brought to them about whether or not it achieves our goals. I don't think we are never, ever going to cover every possible permutation of what might happen. And I don't know that we want to stifle Vermont creativity. Wasn't there the story about electric lines being run on farmers' fences? I know we didn't have any right-of-ways for a lot of them because someone just said, sure, you can put it through my farm. And when they started going looking for right-of-ways, there weren't any in writing. So,
Madam Chair,
but they got out. Yes, Senator Pearson. I can't see either you or Senator Hardy at this moment.
well, I'm sorry to hear that, Madam Chair.
Now I can see you all.
Could we agree that the Duncan cables and the I forget what is the name of the Nolte's operation, but it's in
Yep.
in western Chittenden County or eastern Chittenden County.
Mansfield Community
Yeah.
Fiber.
They're not a small telecom. They're CUD like, but this is where, to me, if some definition, a carve out that says, if you're seeing to it that every last person gets to it, and you don't have to cover them all, but you have to cover the ones that aren't covered, you'd be eligible. Just can we just in principle agree that we're kind of interested in that and willing to come back and figure that out?
I mean, there's the first time we saw the map, there's towns like Peacham, Greensboro, and Craftsbury that had broadband in some form, but they are now within a CUD. I think we're going to have to let all the folks involved work out how these things all get put together. Our job is to set the goals. And if they meet the goals and the requirements, then let them figure out who's the best group or individual to meet the goals and how to do it. We just say, this is what we want done. Senator Bray.
Yeah, I'm echoing. So, I would hate to start adding provisions to catch the weird cases now and just say, let's get started. And within the coming year, we'll learn more about the details of the dead spots or whatever they are. And as long as we equip the board, or the legislature itself will be back in session, and we could adjust things. But I'd rather aim for the good bill that covers the most sooner, rather than finessing each situation and maybe
Get the money out the door.
and tripping
Yes,
ourselves
Judy.
up a little bit.
Madam Chair, just as a suggestion, of one thing we might think about is as if we set in this bill, this is who's eligible and so on, that we provide in effect a safety valve that allows the committee some flexibility, or the board, some flexibility, that if it is an exception to the rule that's established, that is good, that makes sense because it advances the overall goals of the bill, to allow them to make some exceptions as they go forward without having to go back to the legislature for every unusual or individual situation that they encounter.
Board.
The board.
Yeah. Senator McDonald.
So I think we're all swarming around the same dilemma here. But we started out with the definition of community, and community is going to have several subsets. And I think at the bottom end of the subsets are what Senator Brock has said are dead zones. And there are places where no one wants to go. If we understood just what those subsets were, as we start with the community, which was underserved areas, is that right, Maria?
Mhm.
And we knew what the subsets were, then we could take the advice from Senator Bray and Senator Brock and yourself and say which ones we were going to provide guidance for, and then the folks that we set up to be in charge will be told to make some recommendations on the things that we have not provided guidance for. And they may actually do that and suggest that some of the things we had provided guidance for might be tweaked. But that might be a way to kind of move forward here.
Yeah, that's going to happen. As we learn, we are going to have to adjust. Senator Bray.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I missed this when we were getting started at the very beginning. I'm just thinking about our calendar at the moment. So do we have a editing timeline here? Like, some of these questions might be resolved by how fast we need to go. And we'd say, good question, but we're going to leave that one alone for now and keep going.
Yes, I think, but we're here because they wanted this bill out last Friday.
Yeah.
And there's been all kinds of notes, but I'm having a hard time finding when this committee can meet in the morning. And this bill and the miscellaneous tax have to come out. And they have to come out this week, which means we can make some further tweaking and adjustments in conference. But we are not going to be able to predict the future or all the things that may come up. And we are either going to have to trust this board and director or whatever we end up with to make decisions based on our statements of what we prefer.
Right.
Otherwise, we might as well just stay in session and we'll do it.
Right.
And we'll just name ourselves the board.
Right. Well, I'm just thinking on a very basic level. Are you hoping to vote this out tomorrow, for instance?
In my mind, and Wednesday would be the absolute last day. And then we've got to do miscellaneous tax.
Thank you.
But I would prefer voting it out tomorrow.
Hey, you guys, since we don't have that much time with Maria, can we get through the draft
Yes,
and
we
then discuss
do.
it all? Because I think some of our questions she answers later in the draft. I was peeking forward.
Let's
Yep.
keep going.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So we just went through the definitions. Now we're looking at the fund itself. And again, this is very similar in many respects to the Clean Energy Development Fund. This is a special fund to implement and effectuate the policies of this chapter. Money from various sources can be received, balances remain in the fund. Then subsection B, this is going to be obviously a little bit, going to get a little bit more of your attention. These are the authorized expenditures from the fund. And some of them are detailed in subsequent statutory sections. So for example, grants under the broadband pre-construction grant program. We'll look at that section after we get through this section here. Same thing for grants under the broadband construction grant program. Then I do have some placeholders here because I know you're limited on time and I just wanted to, it's easier for me to remove things or revise things and to add them. So you heard a proposal for $500,000 for the Department of Libraries, the Fiber Connect network. That's what's referenced here in subdivision 3.
Is that in the House bill?
That is not in the House bill.
Okay.
You also heard a proposal in this committee, the ask was for $3 million. And this was for Wi-Fi installations in affordable housing units to pay for, to basically provide free broadband service to the residents of those units. So that's what this $3 million kind of, and again, this is all to be determined. I know you haven't finalized,
Yeah.
but I just want to have
No.
it here. Same thing, you heard proposal for $5 million. This came through Holly Groschner. This is for grants for affordability, long-term planning and digital inclusion activities over a period of 4 years, again, to be determined. And then number 6, this is a reference to a proposal you heard from Tom Evslin pertaining to subsidizing customer installations or broadband service. And then 7, also, Mr. Evslin spoke about establishing a broadband core. Senator Brock had a similar provision in his bill, so I know you're familiar with that. But again, these are
That's-
placeholders, which I
And
know you'll
again,
hear.
that was something, Holly Grosvenor's money was doing a similar thing. She was working with the caps.
Correct.
So we've got two
Yep.
versions of essentially the same idea or concept. Okay.
Maybe some overlap there, yes.
Yeah.
So then if you want to, in the House proposal, they had those communications workforce sections and they asked for $100,000 to go towards those programs. That was the occupational needs survey and the broadband installer apprenticeship program. They also had an incumbent training program, but they're able to use existing training fund dollars for that. Anyway, that's what's referenced here. So these are basically all of the appropriations that you and proposals you've heard so
And this
far.
comes out of the 100 million that's in the appropriations bill.
That's right. And actually the very last section of this draft here has reference to the 100 million appropriation that would go into this fund to fund all of these expenditures, and however you ultimately decide how much you want to go towards each one, which is very similar to how the Clean Energy Development Fund was arranged, where these specific kind of line items were included in statute to be very clear about what the overall budget is and what the programs are to be funded. So then 9, these,
Can I ask a
yes.
question on 8?
Yes,
So this is taken from the House.
yes. And the language, the substantive provisions are in H360. I did not include them here. This is more of a placeholder.
So you reference, I mean, I think 100,000 is woefully inadequate for workforce training in this area. But you reference some other pot of money that was available for apprenticeship, or is this the total amount of money for?
So
helping
my,
develop-
yeah, so my understanding is that the Department of Labor and Vermont Technical College are offering a kind of a pilot program, a demonstration program, I believe, an incumbent training program. So basically to upgrade the skills of existing communications employees, that's something they've already funded. And they would like to continue that program. So are authorized to expend additional training fund dollars. So there's not any separate appropriation in H360 or reflected here. So that's something that they're already doing. They just would like to have a little more money authorized to come in out of the existing training fund budget. In terms of the survey, I have to look at the House bill.
This is just a survey. This is not,
This is a survey.
this is not
and
for training. This is to survey the
Yep.
needs.
That's right. And the ask, I think this was the one that was on for, let's see, $7,000. So yeah, so they were asking for $7,000 for this survey, but they have access to federal funds. So,
Well, if they wanted 7, why is there 100 in here?
well, and then the remaining amounts go towards the apprenticeship program. So they asked for $3,000 for the development of the apprenticeship program and $90,000 for tuition and contracts with employers for the apprenticeship program. So I don't have all of the language that's in H360 here. This is more of a placeholder to the extent you want to, the ask is the same, the amount, the $100,000.
That is to set up the apprenticeship programs.
The
along
bulk
with
of it, the
survey.
bulk of it's for the apprenticeship program.
Okay,
A small amount for the survey.
okay.
And then,
More, I'm sure there can be more next year once they're up and running.
right.
Okay.
Then 9 is a provision that allows for the grant recipients to use some portion of a grant for administrative expenses. This says an amount determined by the board. I didn't know if you wanted to, how explicit you wanted to be here, or if you just want to let the board decide what's appropriate. And also, of course, subject to federal law and guidance. There may be thresholds
I
and
think
caps. Yep.
need to, yeah, that's a little more wide open. Who says they can't vote themselves all $200,000 salaries?
All right, well,
I'd like at least a not to exceed,
sure. Okay.
and I think $1 million has been bumped around.
And this is just for the grant recipients of these
Oh,
programs.
this is just the grant recipients.
Right. These are the grant recipients.
Wait,
There
where
i-
was,
So then in 10, the operational and administrative expenses of the board, and then
That's where I-
11, the
that's where I
expenses of the
want.
department. So this is an area that you might want to be a little clearer about what you
That's
anticipate.
where I want the not to
Okay.
exceed.
Okay. So we'll definitely come back to that. So in terms of the management of the fund and the creation of a board that oversees the fund, that's in section 8084. And like the Clean Energy Development Fund, this is within the Department of Public Service. I think you were clear that you wanted to attach it to DPS to the extent that will help to facilitate the administration of the programs. But we can talk about exactly where you want those lines to be, or if you're thinking of something else. Then in terms of the board's authority, the board shall have approval authority with respect to budget development, program design, grant awards, and all other funding allocations pursuant to this chapter. So really trying to clarify the board's broad authority as opposed to the department, which is going to administer the programs, which you'll see in a separate provision, a subsection. The membership of the board,
Maria,
yes,
sorry to interrupt you, but just as we're going into membership, can you remind me, we have, and Senator Brock, maybe you know the answer if it's not top of mind for Maria, we have some kind of telecom advisory board. Some people have testified that they are mandated to sign off before grants go forward. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But could you just, I guess I've been wondering if we should just take that and move that board or some alteration of it. But I'd like to just understand that if you could help.
yeah, well, that's a really good point. Let me see if I can pull up the Telecommunications and Connectivity Advisory Board. They are an advisory board, obviously, and they basically make recommendations and oversee telecom planning and grants under the existing connectivity initiative, and make recommendations to the commissioner. I'm gonna have to pull it up real quick to tell you what the
On it, because
membership is.
yeah, this membership isn't sounding like the membership we've talked about.
Right, so it's section 202F of Title 30. And the members include, there are 8 members, and they are the state treasurer, the Secretary of Commerce and Community Development, 5 at-large members appointed by the governor who are not state employees, and the Secretary of Transportation.
Okay, so we started out with the Commissioner of Public Service and the Secretary of Commerce and Community Development.
Right, so this is very similar to what you looked at in H360. It does not have the 2 public members selected by VCUDA, the association representing all of the CUDs. And, you know, to be honest, I wasn't sure exactly who you wanted the members to be. So I'm sure this is something that you will want to think about.
Yeah, because the
some
feedback
more.
we've gotten is that they want the board to have some expertise in finance,
Right. So,
planning.
yeah. And so this is just a model to consider. The way the House had it, they had the appointing authorities basically conferring to ensure that at least one of the public members was an expert in finance. But then you had the other qualifications, which included expertise in communications law, policy, technology. So basically, and this is, trying to get appointing authorities to collaborate is one approach, or you could specify, as is done here, that the governor appoints someone who has expertise in finance. The Speaker of the House in subdivision D appoints somebody who has expertise in the areas of communications law, policy, technology, and broadband deployment in rural high-cost areas. And the Senate Committee on Committees appoints somebody with expertise in electric utility law and policy. So this is just one model, one way of trying to divvy up the responsibility for ensuring that all areas of expertise are represented on the board. There are other models,
Yeah.
but
We might look at VSAC.
okay.
I represent the Senate. There's a representative from the House. I think the board appoints 2 people and then the governor appoints 3 or 4, but there's reference to expertise in finance. David Coates has been on there, expertise in scholarship or college. But it's a slightly larger board, but there is appointments in areas where certain expertise is needed. And I think that's, I mean, in its heyday, VSAC was, they believe, the second largest lending institution in the state of Vermont. It's a highly technical board.
Okay,
With
I will look at that.
staff,
the way-
and
Sorry.
we'll argue this one out.
Well, I think the way that Maria does it is pretty good, actually, given that we're trying to keep the board small and have expertise on it. So that each appointing authority has to come up with somebody with a specific expertise.
Okay, so let's keep moving.
Okay, so
Yes.
subdivision 3, this is just the similar conflict of interest provision so that you can't be a member of an ISP or CUD. The rest of this is, I think, pretty boilerplate, terms of 3 years, no real substantive changes from what was in H360.
Are we paying the board?
We're going to get to that.
Okay,
We're going to get to that. Initial organization. So the board elects from among the public members, the chair and vice chair. So then, Senator Cummings, in terms of the compensation, you have some options, obviously, an infinite number of options. You know, on the low end, just the statutory per diem, which is about $50 a day. I know that you are looking at, you know, wanting to pay for experts to be a very active board. So option B is probably the higher end. This would specify that the chair receives compensation equal to that of a superior judge, and the compensation for the remaining public members shall be 2/3 of that amount. This is similar to the Green Mountain Care Board. So those are probably two ends of the spectrum. Option C would be something in between. So
For option B,
Okay.
please, can you say what those numbers would be currently?
So I believe the superior judge compensation is about $110,000 a year.
Okay, thank you.
I believe, Maria, it's closer to 160,000 a year.
Oh, okay. I quickly checked
find
with
that
JF.
out.
Yep, let me,
It
I will have to
depends.
confirm
Yeah.
that.
I
Yeah.
mean, we're gonna have to work this, you know, as to who's gonna have the most responsibility. And so let's just keep going. And then when Maria's not here,
Okay.
we can hash this all out. All right.
Yes. Okay. So in terms of the board's authorities, authority coordinating, facilitating community broadband efforts, provide resources to CUDs in the form of administrative and technical support. And there is a subsequent section that details that a little bit further. We'll talk about the pre-construction grants in C and construction grants. D, facilitating partnerships. Again, there is additional language on how to go about doing that. Authority to enter into contracts and apply for grants on behalf of or jointly with one or more CUDs. Consulting with VEDA and the Vermont Municipal Bond Bank with regard to financing. Consulting with agencies, state agencies, departments about potentially modifying or establishing any applicable taxes and fees on broadband. Identifying other funding opportunities and making sure that they're published, known. Providing input to the department on the development of the state's telecom plan, the 10-year plan, and then just a general catch-all, doing anything else to carry out the purposes of the chapter.
Okay, so this envisions, it sounds like a full-time board or
This
a
is a
board
pretty
in which
active board.
all right, and where the expertise resides in the board rather than in employees of the board.
Well, we'll look at the fund manager also, because there will also be staffing expertise to support the board's work. You can see if that's coming up actually in subsection B, under the fund manager. So you can see if this,
Can I say,
This is more a strong board, weak executive, as opposed to a strong executive, more where the executive and the employees would do the work. The board would come in once a month and with the recommendation of the CEO and the employees, look at the grants and approve or disapprove based on comparing those grants with our goals. This would have because this sounds like the board would be working with the CUDs to facilitate the development of their plans. So,
well, the board will really oversee everything, but it may be working through its staff, through the fund manager and any of the employees retained
all right, if
or
all they're doing
hired
is
by.
overseeing, but we did have the discussion about if the board is actively involved in putting anything together, that jeopardizes them being any part. Remember the teacher who is tutoring the student and then has to be an impartial judge of the student's paper.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm not sure where this whole concept of a fund manager came from. That didn't, unless you all talked about it after I had to leave on
No,
Friday.
this I think may be Maria's way of putting what we talked about into English.
Well, this is modeled after the Clean Energy Development
okay.
Fund that has a fund manager. If I think you're right, Senator Hardy, you spoke mostly in terms of having an executive director.
Yeah,
So I was actually just following the Clean Energy Development Fund model that has a fund
Okay.
and then allocates funding, and there's a manager that's involved with that
okay. 'Cause
allocation.
I think that a fund manager has a completely different meaning, at least in my mind, from an executive director.
Yeah.
Right,
I
and
think
it may be more appropriate to say executive director.
Okay.
a quick thing back, Senator Cummings, you were talking about strong board, strong executive director, one versus the other. And I kind of thought we were actually looking for both a strong board, but at a high level, and then a strong executive director with a solid staff for the day-to-day nitty-gritty of making everything happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for a strong board, but again, my experience is VSAC. You have an executive committee that has very strong skills, training, experience. You have an executive director who puts that all together. They bring recommendations to the board. You have a lot of skill on the board, and the board makes the decisions. The board also hires the executive director, but
Okay.
That's one model. I'm coming out of strong mayors, weak mayors, and it's basically, who do you pay? The town manager or the mayor? And is the position full-time or not?
Uh-huh.
I
Yeah,
think Maria's done a good job giving us the outlines here. We'll
Yeah,
have to
I do too.
check and debate.
Okay.
Okay, so and this does incorporate, actually, the Clean Energy Development Fund just has in statute, there isn't much said about the fund manager other than it's an employee of the department hired by the commissioner. So that's what you have here. But based on some of the conversations you were having last week, I think you wanted to, clarify that the board oversees and manages the fund manager who serves as a chief administrative officer for the board. So very much like the executive director proposal that you saw in H360 and as part of the VTA. So in keeping with that, the manager directs, supervises the board's administrative affairs, technical activities, and then all of these duties are consistent with what was in H360, attending meetings, approving accounts, making recommendations to the board for grant awards or other forms of financial or technical assistance. Anyway, you may want to flesh these out. But this is kind of just general parameters of what the function is of this manager director. And then in terms of the staff that the manager could retain, there's authority in subdivision 2. The manager may retain or employ technical experts and other officers, agents, employees, and contractors as are necessary to give effect to the purposes of this chapter, including in the areas of finance, network planning, engineering and technical design, and grant writing, and may fix their qualifications, duties, and compensation. The fund manager shall oversee and manage the rural broadband technical assistance specialist. That's the existing position in the department, and the fund manager is authorized to hire up to 3 additional full-time employees who shall be part of the classified service. So general authority there. Some services may make sense to contract. For others, you may want full-time staff. Wasn't clear on exactly how big you wanted this office to be, but this is just a proposal to work from.
I think the list, if I may, Madam Chair, of when we walked through this with Commissioner Tierney, and I was just making a list and checking off whether we had to provide this for her department, and it was all on this new board. And I had written down financial, engineering, legal, an executive director, and an admin person. So we were at 5 by the head count I had altogether.
Yeah, we've got 3 plus admin, and I think we've got 5.
There is also the position that Commissioner Tierney spoke about that was part of the Northern Border grant that I referenced subsequently, that this position would now be under the oversight of the fund manager.
Okay.
So this language here, the top of page 11, this is similar to the Clean Energy Development Fund, that the fund is administered by the department. The department can expend monies in accordance with this chapter and make decisions necessary to implement the chapter and administrate the funds, except those decisions committed to the board under this section. So again, it's the board that does the budget, the program design, the grant awards, but the department can actually help with more of the day-to-day administration and implementation of the programs. And this language is similar. The department shall ensure an open public process in the administration of the fund. That's taken from the Clean Energy Development Fund language. That subsection D, this is the redesignation. So the grant that the department already received, $1 million to support CUDs, which includes a portion of that is for a position. This is specifying that grant now is administered by the board, and that position is overseen and managed by the board going forward. So I'm sure this is going to be something that you're going to return to, but in terms of eligibility for a grant, for a pre-construction or a construction grant under this chapter, a proposed broadband project must be part of a universal service plan. We defined what that means, providing all unserved and underserved locations in a community with 100 symmetrical service. There is an allowance that the next sentence, the board may award a grant to a project that does not fully implement a universal service plan if the board finds that the applicant can demonstrate a reasonable likelihood of obtaining additional financing for comprehensive universal service plan implementation. What this is getting at, maybe not so elegantly, is kind of the phased approach. You might not be able to implement a comprehensive universal service plan with the amount of funding available under these grant programs, but that you need to have that plan and demonstrate an ability, to secure financing, or at least have some idea of how you'll go about making
Have
sure
a
that
business plan
have-
that says once we get, if you give us this grant, we can sign up 100 folks, which then gives us enough revenue
right,
to go to the bond bank or Vita and get a loan to do another 100, at which point
right.
we have, yeah,
And that's the idea of, kind of keeping the
okay. It's not just that we're just going to do downtown and that's it. It is
correct.
plan that we're going to do the entire area.
Right. And that was the notion of trying to define what a universal service plan is, what the ultimate mission is, and that's what all of these projects are going to be evaluated in terms of, how successful they are at achieving that with these funds. And there are some exceptions, which we'll get to, that might be appropriate. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. Some similar to the line extension program that you've already funded, but we'll get there. So the pre-construction grant program, you'll see I put in italics the CUDs. I didn't know if you wanted to eliminate or to limit these grants just to CUDs. So something just to consider. And so costs that are eligible for funding under this grant program include expenses for feasibility studies, business planning, poll data surveys, engineering and design, make-ready work associated with the construction of broadband networks, including consultant, legal, and administrative expenses, and any other costs deemed appropriate by the board. C is a proposal that was in the House bill in terms of the size of grant awards that really look at the size of a CUD, what their universal service plans are based on the road mileage and the number of unserved and underserved locations, et cetera. And that's up to the board to decide how much money should be available to each CUD. And then I left in here, I think you wanted to allow the department to get some pre-construction grants out the door as soon as possible. And so that's what D is. This is just what the House proposed. Up to $9 million can be allocated for these pre-construction grants by the department on or before September 30th. So then
Maria?
with respect to the, yep.
Was there any stated logic for 9 million?
I don't remember exactly how they came up with that number. There probably was, and I'm just not recalling specifically. So they allocated $30 million, I believe, in total for pre-construction grants. So about a third of it can go out right away. But I can't recall exactly what that was based on.
Okay, we can take a look. We're gonna have to
Yep.
sit down. We've got $1 million in the budget to play with, and then 50 in next year's budget. So the
Right.
bulk of the setting up and stuff is going to have to be done this year, and probably the bulk of the pre-construction planning. And then next year, I think we're all kind of planning on getting more federal money, but that's not a given at this point.
Right. So with respect to the construction grant program, we're gonna look at this in terms of what the priorities are. So in a prior section, we already specified that to be eligible, a broadband project must be part of a universal service plan. And again, that's providing all locations 100 symmetrical service. So that's already captured. But then in terms of the priority, and if you want other conditions, requirements, we can change this. But right now, those are the only requirements. The priorities that have been mentioned here, in addition to what was in the House proposal: one, projects that leverage existing private resources and assets, with a high priority given to partnerships between a CUD and a distribution utility. I wasn't sure if you wanted to further specify that, you're really promoting this partnership with electric co-ops or any DU, maybe any. And then there was some conversation, so I just have a question, about if you wanted to give a high priority also to partnerships with the legacy ISPs. Anyway, so that's just still out there to be determined. I think you also wanted to prioritize projects that can demonstrate project readiness. Then you also wanted to prioritize projects that comply with net neutrality standards. So that's a reference to the existing net neutrality standards in statute that government contracts comply with. And then what's remaining, 4, 5, 6, 7, the supporting low income or disadvantaged communities, promoting geographic diversity, provide consumers with affordable service options, and include public broadband assets that can be shared by multiple service providers. Those were all in H360. Then in addition, and this is new, the board shall establish policies and standard grant terms and conditions. So these would be conditions written into all grants. I think you had some very clear ideas about what you wanted addressed. And so, for example, one, conditions that ensure grant awards are dispersed based on the value of work completed or as needed to commence construction. There may be a difference. Some providers may be able to begin the construction and get reimbursed for their costs. Startup, thinking of the CUDs, they may not have any funds to actually begin the construction, so they'll might need to be advanced some funding. But the idea is to get at some form of accountability and disbursement of funds in a limited way, so they don't get all the money at once. Then you spoke about wanting to ensure that the terms reflect engineering standards that promote network reliability, resiliency, and interoperability, and the installation of future-proof technologies. So I'm, capturing kind of what the specific issues that you are very concerned about, without being too specific about what those precise engineering standards are. And
Maria,
you may
just-
want to be more specific. Yep.
I
Yes.
don't understand what you're trying to get at with number 1, with the first of those.
This is this is getting at the accountability, so that funding that goes out to a recipient, they don't get all of the money. If they're awarded a grant for, you know, $3 million, they don't get all of the money at once. The idea is, and this is going to be easier for the incumbent providers, that they will be able to contract for services, begin construction, and then submit claims to the department to be reimbursed for the actual costs of the work that they've completed to date. And it's a way of making sure that the money gets spent on what it's supposed to be spent for, and there's greater accountability. Like I said, instead of just advancing the money all
Okay.
up front. But
That's
they're
what we did last with the last set of grants. We said you could, and this went through the department, that there could be some initial, purchase of fiber cable. There could be an initial grant to get you started, but you
right.
didn't get the bulk of the payment until the fiber was actually up. In some instances, the speeds were checked to make sure that what we got was what we contracted for.
Right. Yes, there was definitely there was a provision in the existing grants which required field testing before. So some amount of the grant award was withheld for a period of time.
Okay.
And then there was the field. So you
I
may
think
want to
just the
clarify this a little
phrase-
bit more. Yeah.
Yeah, the phrase dispersed based on the value of work completed, that doesn't explain, to me
Okay.
anyway, that confused me.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
so just to
can-
maybe put it,
Yep.
Check how we worded it
Okay.
in last year's grant. Senator Bray, I can see you. But you're muted, Senator.
Yes, I had a little bird that was driving some people crazy, so I had to go to mute here.
Oh, it's your bird.
It was, and I had tuned that bird out, who's right outside my window, but it was getting on Senator Pearson's nerves, I think. Either that or he thought it was an alarm that had gone off because I'd fallen out of
No,
my chair.
I'm hearing it now. I don't know where. I thought it was outside my window.
It was mostly my curiosity, just for the record.
Well, I'm okay, and so is the bird so far. On the future-proof technologies thing, I'm just off. I'll offer a phrase, and I'll say why. Installation of technologies designed to be long-lived and capable of upgrades. And the reason I say that, I think we know that we don't quite know how this will evolve over 10, 20, 30, 40 years. And so I'm just a little concerned that installation of future-proof technologies might suggest you can't put in whatever they're called, net optronics, or, that won't be viable for more than 5 or 10 years. So some of these things will be replaced and upgraded, and other things will keep on working. So I was trying to address that.
Okay. Great. So then subdivision 3, establish standards for recouping grant funds and transferring ownership of grant funded network assets to the state. If a grantee materially fails to comply with the terms and conditions of a grant, prohibit the sale or transfer of grant funded network assets without the prior written approval of the board. Ensure project completion within a reasonable period of time and consistent with applicable federal law and guidance. And then 6 is compliance with, you'll see administrative bulletin number 5 and administrative bulletin 3.5. These are the policies, state policies for grant issuance and contracting procedures that the state uses. So just wanted to include those here. I think this was something you talked about to ensure that there is requisite monitoring and accountability and compliance with standard procedures. Then this was subsection D is also new. This is something I think you've kind of talked about, but we'll read through this. Before the board awards a grant under this section, it shall find that the applicant has produced a detailed business plan for its proposed broadband project, which takes into consideration network engineering and design, labor needs and availability, supply chain contingencies for equipment and materials, make-ready work, and any other relevant capital and operational expenses. So I think this is something that you talked about, making sure that it's that they've looked ahead and looked at the market and looked at what's available in terms of labor and supply, and their plans reflect that and any contingencies related to those things. So E, you've talked about generally, you've heard testimony about it, and the only reason why I included the language here is because this is language that existed or exists under the Vermont Telecommunications Authority, and it has to do with overbuilds. So publicly funded overbuilds of private or other networks. And I don't know if this is something that you want to specify or if this is even a model you'd want to use, but I thought it was easier to give you something to respond to. So this specifies that the board may provide a grant to a project that enables the provision of broadband service in a geographic area currently served, provided that the project is the most cost-effective method for providing broadband service to nearby unserved and underserved locations. And before awarding the grant, the board makes a reasonable effort to distinguish served and unserved or underserved locations within the geographic area, including recognition and consideration of known or probable service extensions or upgrades. So again, this is a model that the VTA used. It's something for you to just to think about going forward if this is something you want to address. And F, so this is the exception. So basically, notwithstanding the requirements of grant eligibility, subsection F specifies that the board may award a grant to an internet service provider, so this is any ISP, to finance a broadband project such as a line extension or upgrade that does not meet the grant eligibility requirements for 100 service to every location in a community as part of a universal service plan, if it finds that the project will provide unserved and underserved locations with broadband capable of at least 25.3 on or before December 31st of this year, and that project is consistent with any existing universal service plan. So this is the line extension contingency. And the idea is to provide some funding for that immediately. But at the same time, try not to undermine any existing universal service plans of a CUD, for example, or small telecom carrier. Another option is you did this year appropriate additional funds, CRF funds, for the line extension program, right? This is the customer cost, $3,000 for line extensions. You appropriated $1.6 million. So another option would be to put more money into that program. But again, this is something for you to think about. And then section, yep.
Are we losing you now, Maria? Because I can, do you have to hop off?
I am going to have to get going in about 5 minutes, I'm afraid.
Okay. So let's just walk us through this really quickly.
Okay, so I think we're
Fine.
almost done, at least of it, so you'll understand the whole context here. This is a new section it's intended to detail, some of the concepts that you've talked about already. So this is a provision that speaks to providing the board, providing centralized resources for CUDs, resources and technical and administrative support with respect to the planning, development, and implementation of their broadband projects. And basically what the board would be doing is developing standardized forms, contracts, network, business and design models and templates that CUDs can use, helping to identify and negotiate with potential partners, including with respect to the development of a memorandum of understanding or other form of legally binding commitment pertaining to a broadband project. Then when authorized by one or more CUDs, applying for grants, loans, permits, licenses, certificates, or approvals, or enter into contractual arrangements for goods or services on behalf of or jointly with a CUD. The route identification that was under the general authority of the board in H360, but this is just more specific that this is assistance that would be provided to CUDs, as well as assistance with providing poll surveys and negotiating poll attachments, and then helping CUDs to complete grant and loan applications. 8089 is basically asking that all state agencies and departments cooperate with the board and provide any information or data that will assist the board in carrying out its obligations under this chapter. 8089A is the annual reporting requirement. There are no changes here, I don't think. There was just a question about whether you wanted to have more frequent reporting, maybe quarterly reporting. The sunset is the same for the fund and the board, 2029. Organizational space allocations, it's anticipated that the board will hold its first organizational meeting within 60 days of the effective date of this act, and will be given space. And then finally, a reference here to the appropriation of ARPA funds, $100 million, which would go into the fund and then expended in the manner specified in statute. So you might need to fill in the numbers or decide exactly how you want to allocate those funds. So that is
Okay.
a
that's
high
piece
level
of work,
walkthrough, and I'm
Friday.
sorry that I can't stay with you any longer,
No,
but
this
again,
is not a normal day. I had
no,
appointments
it's
this
not,
morning.
but I will listen to the testimony. Yep, I will listen to the testimony. So feel free to say anything on the record, and I will revise the draft accordingly for tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm
And
giving it
yeah,
a
when you get back, you can
up.
check in with me, and I'm now getting my notebook out so I can take copious notes, and Senator Hardy, I'm sure, is taking copious notes. Probably, I'm
Okay,
sure, more
great.
copious than mine.
Thank you,
Okay.
Maria. You're awesome. Thank you.
You
Yeah,
are.
thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, just a question logistically, because I missed the very first couple minutes. How long do you expect to meet right now?
I know you have to leave at 2, right?
Unfortunately, and I'm not sure that's a standing call. That may be short this week, but who knows?
Okay, yeah.
I mean, that's okay.
Yeah,
don't wanna
this
pull
bill
this
has got to come out. We've still got miscellaneous tax, so I'm gonna go until we're so exhausted we can't stand each other.
that was a half an hour ago, Madam Chair, but okay.
Yes. But,
Madam Chair, I have a hard stop at 2:30 today.
all right, so let's get going here.
I sense an opportunity for unprecedented progress.
I do too. Everybody's gone.
getting a
I will
sample.
just to fix this. Okay. I'm going
Madam
back
Chair,
up. to
given
the-
that I have to go, can I just toss out a kind of central question that I've been wondering about, and it shows up in a few different places. That's why I want to ask it. I believe, and I think we all agree on this notion of universal service. Like the point is, you can't leave people out. That's why we're in this challenge. But I just want to make sure that I could see CUDs, I can see the Duncan Cables of the world coming in and us giving them money to clean it up, not to serve the whole town, but to serve that last 12% that no one else is going to get. And I want to make sure, to me, that's like, okay, job done. And I don't need that. You know, there is a question over time, maybe we would then want the build out over the 25-4 or whatever, the 24.
Yeah. Didn't we call those stranded islands within a community?
Well, we've called them a number of things, but I just wonder do we all agree with making sure that somehow we deal with that? And I'm not convinced we have it yet. I think in our effort to state the principle of universal, we have, and I wish Senator McDonald were here, but I just want to make sure that is a question that we get adequately answered, and whether, you know, depending on how we all come down on it.
I think right now, the CUDs are looking at such large unserved areas that most of them are not thinking about, how do I get to the 12 houses up this holler that, you know, nobody else wants to go to, that last 9 miles in Franklin. But I wouldn't want to say we aren't going to ever fund the last 9 miles in Franklin or Franklin Telephone. So, yeah, well, I think what they're saying is the intent of the plan is to serve every under and unserved property, you know, in that district. But every time I get my hair cut, I hear that EC Fiber has not covered every address in their district. I don't know what the problem is, but there are still areas, you know, probably 2 or 3 individual homes that aren't covered. So, yeah, so.
But Madam Chair, I think we have covered it
Right.
to the extent that those areas are within a CUD district. And now with the adding the little telecoms, to the extent that they're covered by a little telecom, so that the CUD, I mean, just the example of the CUD that covers my Senate district covers a huge area, some of which is very well served. You know, Middlebury is very well served. But there are lots of pockets throughout my district that are not served well. But that CUD, Maple Broadband, would have to come in with a plan for how they're going to get the nooks and crannies of the unserved areas in their CUD. And that might be a plan that is laying out new fiber throughout a whole big section, or it might be a plan where they're just getting to one street on the outskirts of Middlebury that isn't covered. So I think it does cover it to the extent that we're talking about CUDs especially, and now adding these little telecoms that are covering some areas that are not covered by CUDs. I think the question is how many of the 9,900 are not covered by either a CUD or a little telecom, or some entity that could partner with a CUD, because we have that too. I mean, and that could be the sort of Joe's Cable.
Well,
So like the final is like those maybe a couple thousand addresses, couple thousand locations as it's defined in the bill that are not covered by any of those entities. How do we get those? And one option is, as I mentioned earlier, to have the state contract, the board, this little board that we're setting up, figure it out and contract to cover those addresses. Or it could be a combination with the line extension program or something like that. But to the extent that they're in a CUD, I think they're covered.
Okay, but I think I would like us to agree on the skeleton of this project. We're going to be fleshing it out over X number of years, depending on how long money keeps coming in. If we get bogged down in how are we gonna, get it out to the tail and stop thinking about how are we gonna feed the dog in the first place, we're never gonna get to the big picture. And I think we agree that the CUD's intent and their plan is to serve every house under UU house in their district. That they're going to have a way to do it day one. We are basically going to get them the money to get enough customers to go to the bond bank to do the next bunch of customers. And that's all we're going to be able to do with $100 million. So Senator Pearson.
So I think we're saying the same thing, but because this is serving as a recording for our attorney, Maria, I want to just make sure I'm clear. If we think of Addison County, Senator Hardy, and we think of the CUD that, let's just say, covers the whole county, but they're building out all of Bridport because there's nothing there, but Orwell is already 70% built. I just want to make sure that we're not saying, if you want this grant, you're building all of Orwell. I want them to say, you got to hit that last 30% of Orwell while you're nearby. That to me is the obligation. It's not redouble the people because Orwell itself is part of your district. You got to hit them all. I think it's some language, and I'm not convinced. I think it's sort of in there some places and not elsewhere. And so I would want to say something like cause to be covered, everybody, like just something that makes it clear.
Because who's covering the 70% of Orwell now?
Well, let's say, I know I have no idea what's going on in Orwell, but let's say they are covered by somebody. The point is they're served.
Right.
The CUD's obligation is to clean it up, not then, we have to prioritize. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think then you get the partnership with maybe whoever is providing Orwell now to do and we subsidize them so it becomes cost effective.
Well, so Chris, I think it's in the definition of universal service plan. That means a plan for providing each unserved or underserved location in a communications union district or service territory of a small telco. So
in the grant language, I just want to make
okay. So later in the draft, Maria, firm it up in the grant language. There you go.
Okay, and we may be able to do that. I've got Senator Brock and then Senator Bray. I think that was then Senator Brock's got to leave, so.
Thank you. The question of service seems to relate to the CUD's territory, but we have CUDs that have areas in which there are towns that are not members of the CUD. So if you talk about Franklin County, for example, Swanton, St. Albans City, and St. Albans Town are not members of the CUD. How do you deal with unserved locations in a place that the CUD doesn't serve?
But first of all, isn't Franklin Telecom there?
No, Franklin Telecom is also not served the town of Franklin, but that's not an area that Franklin Telecom serves.
So
Okay,
the
but
CUD
I
is
know
not
Swanton
locations like
served.
that elsewhere in Vermont. Not every town is a member of the CUD in its area.
But the CUDs, 16 months ago, 2 towns were part of a CUD. It's exploded. So why wouldn't we assume that the community will respond, or Franklin Telecom will say, hey, we got an opportunity here? I mean, I don't understand why we have to solve that now, since we've got many years of this rolling out, Senator Brock.
I know Swanton served because my daughter and her husband have both done college admissions jobs
Mhm.
remotely
Yeah, I
in
mean, it's served by
Swanton
by
for 10 years.
Comcast, for example. That's the principal service model. But unfortunately, not every location within those towns is served by it. The
Okay,
majority
I
may-
think, if with this first slug of money, we're not fixing all of these problems. The first slug of money is we're getting the plans out there. We're doing the pole harvesting. We're getting the CUDs ready to go. We're going to give the money to start stringing for the ones that are ready to go. And we're going to get the rest up and ready to go. So when the next slug of money comes in, they can get cable out there. That's, and I have no illusion that we are going to have everybody hooked up and able to afford to be hooked up by the time all this money runs out. The goal is to make a huge improvement over what we've got now. I mean, that's the reality. We're not going to cover everybody at a cost they can afford with the tools we've got, but we can be, if more money comes, and we're hopeful it will, we will be set up to use it efficiently. So Senator Bray.
Yeah, so if it's, there's this balance between trying to get everything taken care of and paralyzing ourselves. And so if it's a 90% solution for 50,000 people, when that first step brings it down to 45,000 served, and if it's 90% on the remaining 5,000, then that's 4,500 more. So it may be asymptotic, but I don't want to worry about that long tail that you were talking about and have us stuck. I also figure if we have all this talent in this board and executive director, et cetera, and they have enough flexibility in their programming, they'll craft solutions for the odd pockets that could end up, I also think there was one last tool, and that was that I don't have the language in front of me, CUD or someone could partner with an existing ISP. So there is the ability to go in to yet another. I mean, we seem like we have all the different flavors of combinations allowed for.
And we're just going to have to, at some point, trust the CUDs and the board to work out what we want them to do. And again, give them the flexibility to do what it takes within the law to get people hooked up. Senator McDonald.
If we have a professional board with experts on it, they will stumble across the questions that we are asking now in a variety of individual areas. And if the law needs to be changed, they may come back and within 12 months or less and say, this is what we've discovered and this is how we would seek to have the law amended.
Can we go to the wording we've got and work that through? Because Senator Bray.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about what Senator McDonald just said. I'm going to have to, I don't have a big enough screen to see them both. The reports back to us, I don't know if it explicitly says what Senator McDonald has said, which is it might include explicitly a mention of legislative recommendations or something like that. Because they'll know the statute that's either enabling or disabling something they'd like to do.
Yeah. And our job is to make that statute clear, and I'm not sure we're clear enough yet. I want the average citizen to be able to understand what we're saying. So I want to start with section 2, which is purpose and intent. I don't know what happened to section 1. I think that may be the enacting clause or our findings, but. So we've got the purpose and the intent of the General Assembly. And this, I think, leaves out somebody that just comes in and says, I'm so-and-so, and I want to just extend cable out to these 10 houses. It says that the intent, and we can talk about this, that a broadband project pursuant to this chapter demonstrates an economically sustainable business model that ultimately will be eligible for finances in the private or municipal bond markets. That's pretty exclusive to CUDs. I think.
I'm sorry.
Go.
I marked that intent as like, that doesn't seem like our intent. I mean, it might be an intent, but like to have that as the intent statement of the entire piece of legislation to me seems really narrow. So I mean, if that is our intent, we could put it somewhere else in the bill as a sort of priority for the grant distribution.
Yeah,
It doesn't seem like it's an intent to me.
I think we have not, because I think we've decided, Senator Hardy, you and I think the same. We like A, B, C, D, and I'm not finding that. I'm finding what we've done, which is a lot of talking around, but not that very clear delineation. I would say the intent of this bill is to provide high-speed, affordable broadband to every, that's the goal. Is the goal the intent?
Yeah, I mean,
the-
almost like the stuff that was already in H360. They had a lot of findings and intent in there, and we went through those before and didn't have a lot of disagreement with them overall. Even though we had different ideas about how to implement the findings and intent, so I don't know, that's a possibility.
I need to get a third screen going here so I can look at them together.
There's probably an intermediate version that's not so long, but does.
360?
Yeah, that does speak to your point, Senator Cummings, of the user-friendly description of what do we want? Universal high-speed service. It's the intent of this. The intent of this bill is to help the state provide for a pathway to universal high-speed broadband service.
Yeah. So,
And the strategy is to help the CUDs and others leverage
right.
federal dollars, which is sort of all that Maria's covered here. But I think it's good to have in there. We did hear from Clay that they thought maybe the federal money would be enough to more than leverage. So, but I think Senator Bray's onto something.
You know, the other thing when you say that, Senator Pearson, it makes me think, I wonder if it's worth checking in a little bit about language that's going to be around, perhaps around the eligibility for ARPA, language for eligibility for infrastructure. Are there key terms or phrases that we could build into our intent section that would basically help tailor this bill for future support? You know what I mean?
Yeah, could we say
Make it
that
eligible.
it is our goal, our intent, to establish a viable system to deliver high-speed broadband to every underserved and maybe financially viable. Does that work? We're really setting up a system here. We're doing planning grants. We're not just saying, well, we're going to give money to anybody that comes in and says, if you give me 20 million bucks, I'll serve 20 million homes. We're setting up an ongoing system that will provide and manage in the future a system of reliable high-speed broadband. Senator Bray.
I'd be a little nervous about that unserved and underserved phrase, just because I would hate to see a project blocked because someone said, well, there might be a reason that we would agree to an overbuild or something like that.
Oh, no, that's covered further down.
Okay.
I think but I mean, the goal is to set up a system. Senator Brock.
Perhaps you could, something like this, if it is the intent of this bill is to support and facilitate efforts that advances the state's goal of achieving universal access to reliable, high quality, affordable broadband services.
That work?
Affordable?
I think that's good, except for I think that's actually what it says in the purpose section.
Where's the?
Did you
Okay.
look at the purpose? Because
No, I haven't.
I think what you just said nailed what is in the purpose.
I don't see that. I don't see that in the purpose section.
The last two sentences of
Is
the
it the
purpose.
last two?
Yeah.
Accelerate community efforts that advance its goals.
I mean, I don't necessarily think it's bad to repeat it, but
Yeah.
I mean, what do we need both a purpose and an intent? I mean, we could
Yeah.
just flesh out the
Yeah.
purpose.
Right.
I think she was trying to, with the intent, get at,
Mhm.
we aren't going to be able to fund it all now. The intent is to get them up and it's pretty much, we're doing what we set the Vita loans up to do. Only we're giving them the money so they don't even start out with that debt. We're giving them the startup money so they can get enough customers hooked up, enough revenue to go to the bond market, which also says that we're not going to put all the money into one CUD so that they can hook up everybody. Maybe one small enough where they can, but this says we're trying to get everybody ready to play in the big sandbox.
Well, maybe this is enough for Maria to listen to and understand. I think what's in the intent section right now could go in the grant priorities section. And what's in the purpose
Yes.
section
Yep.
could be fleshed out a little bit more with some of the language that Senator Brock
Or
said.
the goal, we're really trying to set up a system. The CUDs are a strategy within that system to provide broadband to the underserved and unserved areas of the state.
Right.
And we're not doing it. We are assisting, we're setting up an ongoing system.
So, Senator Cummings, if a CUD came to a town, Greensboro maybe, that already had existing broadband service. So there it is, this little island already served inside of a bigger CUD. Would that unserved, underserved mandate up front not allow them to bring them into the CUD in any way? I'm just trying to make
I
sure.
don't think so. I mean, they're already in the CUDs. If you look
They're
at the
not
map.
necessarily CUDs, because some towns have elected not to join.
Right,
Now, if
right.
you establish, though, in effect, a requirement that you can't get funding unless you're part of a CUD, it will force them to join. Now,
Right.
that's what our intent is. That's one thing, but that there are reasons why perhaps groups have chosen not to join CUDs.
Yep, there are. And part of it might just be fear of commitment or not knowing why you need that stuff in the first place. Or not knowing what it's going to cost, or, I mean, there's all kinds of reasons. The fact that it's hard to get out and vote and have meetings to tell people why you should be there, but
Well, again, that did raise the question, do you allow a town to join another CUD other than the one that's close to them? It's sort of like, reminds me of education funding again.
yeah, and we have some there's a few interesting things.
Well, sometimes when you write a book, you write the preface when you're done. So,
But Senator Brock, I think you make a really good point. I mean, to the extent that this bill and this funding encourages or urges towns to join CUDs, that does solve some of the problems that we've been grappling with. What about the locations that aren't covered? If they see that this is a really viable and the quickest way to get them high-speed internet, then they may decide that joining is better than not joining.
We've got money now.
it might also inspire some of the providers already out there that aren't building into a place to join, so they don't just watch the ship sail without them. If you're
Okay. We may work this out. Let's do definitions. The Vermont Community Broadband Fund Board. Now, Maria modeled this on the other boards, but what does the House call their board? Why can't we call it the same thing? Don't they call it the broadband?
Theirs is the Vermont Community Broadband Authority. It's slightly different, but the board that Maria drafted in here is similar to their board, except for 2 fewer members, because we had conversations about a smaller, more agile.
Yeah, but then we started talking about what we needed, and it looks like we may need a bigger board. So why don't we just call it the authority?
Well, I think that there's a difference between an authority and a fund. And if we wanted it similar to we had talked about having it similar to the Clean
Well,
Energy.
I think that was its relationship with the department is what the commissioner was referencing.
right.
That this is a separate, it's technically under her supervision, but not really. It's got its own funding, it's got its own goals, it's got its own staff. You use IT and you use a room and you're probably plugged into their electric bill, but
So are we going to the governance section then? Because that's what
well, I'm in definitions, but governance is still the place we've gotten the most feedback. And I think probably that and making clear that what we expect is clear from the grants is the most important section. But I'm just wondering,
Are you
I'm
proposing
sure
a
we're
name
going to
change? Sorry?
conference. I mean, this is a name and I think we're talking about them doing a lot of the same things. So are we gonna hold out for,
Yeah, I don't think the name matters so much. I mean,
I don't
but
either.
I think there is a difference between an authority. An authority implies a sort of separate entity, whereas a fund is sort of embedded within the agency or the department. And I think that's the difference in where the board is located. But I think that the structure that Maria came up with is pretty good. I have a couple concerns about it. One, I don't like the term fund manager. I'd rather it be an
Oh.
executive director, because a fund manager to me sounds like somebody who's going to be deciding investments and
Somebody who signs the checks and makes sure that the checkbook balances.
yeah, it sounds like somebody who's working on the money and just
Yeah.
and the fund,
That's
the
not what we
management of the
want.
fund itself. So I'd rather have it an executive director. And then the only other thing in there that if we're talking about the oversight is the hiring and the supervision of that executive director. I think it's awkward to be hired by one person or one entity and then supervised by another. So it seems to me that the hiring, firing, and supervision all needs to be either all under the board or all under the commissioner, not a mix, because that person will just be pulled in too many different directions.
Can we just agree that under board, we're going to call it the Community Broadband Board and leave out the fund? Because I think we're intending it to do a lot more than money manage the fund.
Right.
Sure.
Okay, Senator Bray.
Well, that's what, that's exactly what I was going to say. Either just ditch the word fund because they do much more than just manage writing checks, or go to authority, which suggests that you do a lot more than just managing a fund and writing checks, you know, whatever floats your boat. But the word fund, I think, is the hang up.
Yeah, I think we're looking at this more as an authority. As if we're looking at it as a very strong governing board, maybe not as far as an independent authority, but okay.
Right, so on page
Broadband-
5, on section 8084, it would be, instead of the Vermont Community Broadband Fund Board, it would be the Vermont Community Broadband Board.
Board.
And you just wouldn't use the term authority or fund, as Senator Bray suggested, just.
Okay.
could
And
you
then we've
wanna-
got money going out to, yeah.
Right.
Broadband board.
So besides chasing down those instances, do we want to continue at the top of page 2 on definitions, Madam Chair? I didn't know if there were others that you wanted to.
I just have to switch back. I still think the place we've gotten the most feedback is on the board and its structure. The other ones, you know, a lot of these are placeholders. I don't think we're gonna have trouble with department. We're gonna have trouble, the broadband service. That was the FCC definition, just to tie it in. Can we just leave that in there? Because I think we do limit it. That's the top of the funnel, and I think by the time we get down to who gets money, it's a subset of broadband services, but we haven't left, we're not saying that only CUDs need to apply, that others can also apply.
I think Maria was going to look into this definition, because I think Senator Brock brought up a good point that this may be too broad and cause
Again,
problems.
I think we narrow it sufficiently as we go down with how we can spend this money. But I'm not going to try and predict the future. At the federal level, I'm pretty sure the state's not going to come up with a lot of new broadband money. But for right now, I'm not that concerned. I'm not a contiguous geographic area.
So there you go, Senator Brock. There's the Killington can't join New Hampshire provision, you know.
There was some, you get mountains in the way. There were some interesting, when we looked at the map, there were a few towns kind of hanging out there, but there, I suppose, is the community you want to serve. And then if the individual members of that community want to join, i.e. the connecting towns, that's their choice. But the CUD says this is our service territory. Is that, okay. Yeah, we got the department, I don't think we're gonna fight over. The eligible provider, I think we've got a little work, but I think Maria knows what to do.
Do we want to ditch in a or other municipality? I don't remember the question
I
there.
don't know, but maybe Brattleboro would want to set up its own communications district. I don't know. We can dump it from now, because if they come in and request, we can change it.
I can't remember if a CUD can just be a single town.
I don't think any of them are.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can be, but none of them are.
And Montpelier, even though it's pretty much probably 99% served, joined, well, it started out as EC Fiber and then eventually got switched over to CV. So they're a member, even though there's a few sections of town that aren't served out the roads.
Right.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll
Want a
find
more
some ways to
internet?
complicate it. Like we'll have Essex Town and Essex Village. You never know. how things-
Yeah, and I can tell you, it's a long way and a few mountains between Maple Corners and East Callis, even though they're all part of the town of Callis. And you can get there, but my maps told me turn around immediately, you're off the traveled road when I was on one of the main dirt roads in Callis that connects East and Maple Corners. But Google told me I was about to fall off the ends of the earth. So, and those are relatively flat towns in Vermont. I think we just let them work it out.
Yes. Well, they can also come back next year.
That's right. And I mean, as the board finds issues and says, look, we'd like to do this, but you made that impossible. Can you amend? Then we can decide if we want to amend next year.
Can we look at page 4, the authorized expenditures from the fund? Because there's a whole list, and this was where Maria put a bunch of placeholders.
Yeah,
And
right.
I don't know that we've all agreed on all of these things, and so it might be helpful.
We haven't. Okay, so I'm trying to get through the definitions just to make sure. I guess we should leave the definition of the fund in there because the board's going to grant out the funds, but we got a lot of others. Location, small telecommunications carrier. I think Maria was ready to do those local cable, or she knows we need to broaden that a little bit. We've got the underserved universal service plan. Okay, yeah, that just says you have to have a plan. Fund expenditures from the fund shall be made only to implement and effectuate. Okay, then we get to authorized by the fund. Broadband pre-construction grants and construction grants. I think those are spelled out later, yeah, in the sections, and those are fine. These are other requests.
Right, and she just listed a whole bunch that we've gotten testimony on. I don't know that we've agreed
I haven't agreed to any of
on
these.
any or all, certainly not all of them. Some of them we've talked about more than others, so I think she'll need
I'm-
direction from us.
You know, we're telling I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. I know the Department of Libraries is coming in because they're the Department of Libraries, but their libraries may all be within a CUD district.
So
So
they
if
have
this-
their own
This
network.
is- Yeah,
This FiberNet.
it's on the,
Connect
yeah, it's on
network.
the fiber.
Yeah,
They need equipment.
Is this just,
All right. I don't know.
equipment
These
upgrade?
almost sound like things that should go through appropriations, but
these,
Right.
And
this
the-
is their upgrade to their specific
Yeah.
library network that includes equipment and system upgrades to their network, which I think is 10 years old or around there, around a decade old. This
So
was
they
something
do
that I asked to be put in there. I'll be,
yeah,
because I love libraries, but, and
but they provide right now internet access to people in town who do not have the equipment or the access, and you have to sign up to use those computers. So that I'm looking more at the 3 million for the Department of Housing and Community Development. I think it's a really good idea, but
this was that thing we got testimony on.
yeah, that
public
they're
housing.
running it, you know, doing basically Wi-Fi inside their housing units,
Right.
It was-
which makes it viable for people who can't afford $100 a month
Right.
to get their own system.
To me, this
This
seemed like a good idea that gets to the access and affordability question that we've talked about a lot, that, you know, these public housing units that have some of the lowest income people in Vermont, they get the
Yeah,
equipment.
I'm just looking at, I mean, we've got $8 million here, plus 8.5 million to,
well, can I ask a quick question on so the
Yeah.
3 million for this kind of public housing, which may be a super cost-effective way to reach more people, and it sounded like a good idea, but Senator Sirotkin, the housing bills, is there, as part of housing bills these days, is this addressed? Like, okay, we want heat, light, electricity, and broadband. So is someone else working on this elsewhere? I guess is my question.
I can't say for sure. I'd have to parse out the wordings of the federal grants to see if it would be allowable expense. I haven't heard this idea in any other context.
Right.
But it does raise some issues here. Maria presented this as a non-decided, non-exclusive list. And two things that jump to mind, which shows the rabbit hole we're potentially going down, is in our committee, we've heard a lot about the importance in terms of internet access for co-working spaces and for remote workers. And, I'm questioning whether there shouldn't be a line item here to support co-working spaces. And even bigger than that, I think we've all heard about the need for personnel and linemen and people to string things. And I don't see really any money in here dedicated to workforce development, which I think is.
no, there isn't.
There's 100,000 a little later, but it's just for a survey.
Yeah, 100,000.
it's important.
Oh, an apprenticeship. I think we need to go back to our goal. Our goal is to get the fiber by the building. All of these are talking about affordability, which is a can we have so far kicked down the road. You know, the fiber's going by the Pioneer Apartments in Montpelier. Can folks afford to hook up to it? Probably not, or many of them can't. So, but this is, you know, I think we might want to leave these till we get through the budget, but at this point, and I believe the House bill said, with this slot of money, we're going to get the fiber by the premises. But how everybody, these are big organizations that know how to come to the State House. How are we going to make it possible for people to hook up? And I think we're gonna have that affordability come in. I'd like to, why don't we just pass over all of these
You know,
and
if I may,
deal with them when we get to affordability, because $3 million would subsidize, you know, a whole bunch of individual families. And maybe the most cost-effective way is to put it into the housing authority, or maybe it could come out of housing money, which also seems to be coming in. So, Senator Bray.
I too am a fan of public libraries. That high-speed system that was set up quite a while ago, to when having internet access was a novelty, even in some ways. It could be that the CU, I just wouldn't want to presume that their old system should be maintained as its own system. And it could be, as you know, that the CUD might provide them with better, more cost-effective service by just connecting them to a new network.
That's what I was thinking, that we might, on all of these, we might be taking a sizable block of customers out of the CUD.
Madam
We don't
Chair,
know. Yeah.
can I have a proposal for each of for like this whole thing?
Yeah.
Since I mean, I think we all probably have our favorites within these that we want to do. And that's why Maria put them all on the list for us to hash out. But to the points that have been made, maybe we on January 15th require a report back to us about changes in the legislation that may be necessary. I think Senator Bray mentioned that. And then proposals about what is necessary to ensure that libraries are connected, public housing is connected, and there's affordability, and make them come back to us at the beginning of next legislative session with proposals for all of this. Because you're right, Senator Bray, they might, you know, connect libraries through some other different thing that we don't know about. And, you know, Senator Sorokin, you're right, there may be federal money for the public housing that we don't know about at this point. So give them
Well,
a
the
list of
towns
all
are
these
also
things.
getting
Right.
a big slug of federal money, and the towns might pay to replace the outdated equipment in their libraries. The schools are getting a big slug.
So
of
I think
money.
maybe just asking for several things, like all the things that are listed under here as potential expenditures that are not those two main grant programs, just ask for a report next January. And then with the money that we have, that's the next phase, if things are haven't been through some other source, we can then put it in there.
I think
Maybe
that
that's-
might be the best way.
Kicking the can, but at least it's
We're getting good at that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
I still think the thing we've got to do is the governance board. And I've got Senator Brock this time and then Senator Bray.
No, I believe, I'm not sure whether it's tomorrow or sometime this week, we're going to be talking about some of the affordability issues. And in all of that, I just like us also to recognize that although we are talking about CUDs and community broadband, that issue of access and affordability, if our goal is to get universal access to everybody in Vermont, doesn't include only that subset. I'm just sort of reminded in a way that I see us going here of the first time I visited the Soviet Union many years ago. And I'm driving around Moscow. I noticed these beautiful ring roads and highways that were pristine and they had no cars on them. The reason they had no cars is because nobody could afford a car. And I just wonder if we're building a Moscow ring road here.
And the bulk of the service is still provided by the legacies, and because they have profit, they are providing subsidized service. My son's experience was they did drive in Stalingrad, but you didn't turn your headlights on because when they ran out, you couldn't get a replacement. So you only turned your headlights on at night if you saw
Yep.
something coming at you. And we're starting to have some supply chain issues too, so.
Yep.
We're here. Okay, can we get to the board? And can we say we're going to talk about affordability once we set this up? Okay, and we've decided this is going to be the Community Broadband Board, and it's created. And again, I didn't see, there's several issues. One is the size and the expertise on the board. And again, how much we pay the board, or do we pay employees? And the board should have enough expertise to be able to judge the work done by the CEO. And I'm with you, fund manager, it sounds like some stereotype in the back room. I think we've been talking about a fairly strong CEO with employees with expertise. And I guess that's it. Are we going to have, who's running the show? Is the board running this show with the CEO just doing what they tell him to or her to? Or, and that gets to who's accountable. Can you hold an appointed board accountable? Or are you going to have a strong CEO who works with and under the supervision of the board to produce what we want them to do? But the CEO is accountable. And who, I'm again thinking of VSAC and the board, and it was a very long and I think almost the amount of effort that went into hiring a new executive director, the effort that went in was at times painful. We did exceptionally well, but we had a long time CEO, and replacing him, it took a while for the board to develop trust in the new CEO. We also had a very strong management team, and it worked. And VSAC has been through some major changes and major challenges since we did that. But that's a board that is appointed by a number of entities, including the board. I think we have 2 appointments of our own. And then the board hires the executive director, who then hires everybody else. But it is a strong executive, it's a good partnership, but it is definitely a strong executive director. And if things go down the tube, the board will hold the executive director responsible. And we found out in the past, the governor will hold us all responsible. So Senator Bray, your thoughts?
Well, I'm thinking that what to sort of compare that VSAC executive board you're talking about compared to like the Green Mountain Care Board, which seems like a little bit more like what we were talking about here. I mean, if you have someone who's the head of the thing at 160,000 a year and 2 other people along with that person at roughly 100,000, these seem like full-time positions with, daily responsibilities, which feels more like the Green Mountain Care Board as opposed to like the VSAC board, where you have knowledge, or VITA, knowledgeable expert people, but they're convening much less regularly because it's not their full-time job.
No, it's not a paid board. So Senator Hardy.
So my recollection of where we landed on Friday, after we kicked this around for a long time, was that and Senator Bray, I think you actually said it pretty well, is that this sort of high level board that has expertise,
Right.
but isn't managing the daily operations and is not a regulatory board, which is what the Green Mountain Care Board and the PUC boards are, which are those well compensated boards. Those are essentially quasi judicial boards, and therefore the pay similar to judges makes sense. But this is a granting board that gives out grants. It doesn't regulate telecom,
No,
So
the
to me,
department does that, or the PUC
Right.
does that.
PUC does it already. We don't need another one, or it would be.
As far as the feds let us regulate.
So to me, it seems like a 5-member board is a good size because it's
Right.
manageable. It has, the governor has the majority of the people on the board. He has 2 of his own commissioners, or a secretary and a commissioner, plus 1 appointee. And so he ultimately has to hold this board accountable. And then we each body of the legislature gets an appointee, and each are required to have certain expertise. And that seems to me to make a lot of sense. And then the executive director would be managing and running the program. The board would be helping to make decisions on awarding grants.
Right.
And the board, I think compensation wise, it seems like $50 a day is a little light,
Yes.
but the superior judge is just way too much.
That's
So
way too much.
something
Agreed.
like maybe it's $250 a meeting or something like that.
Well,
That's
what's
a
our
little
per
bit
diem?
more- Yeah, some bigger per diem, but just when they meet and when they are doing work.
I think
then
that
just-
was the 110.
110, maybe that makes
I
sense.
think
And then
that's our-
clarifying the sort of reporting for the executive director, so she's not pulled into too many, by the board on one hand and the commissioner on the other.
Senator Bray. And the other thing is, who do you hold responsible when the cost of healthcare keeps going up? I mean, you can't, who do you hold responsible on the Green Mountain Care Board? I mean,
Who appoints the chair?
Oh, don't
Governor.
go down this rabbit hole, Anne. It will be forever.
Yeah.
I
It's like our
know,
morning committee.
but there is,
So I think that strong, experienced board that chips in, whatever, they're advisory, they're helping make decisions, they may be, based on their experience, they could be sort of helping the executive director think through issues, all that kind of stuff. And I would agree that the magistrate pay seems like too much, or else they're, or if we were having that level of pay, they're doing too little. And so what was the other? Sorry. Oh, but back to who hires. That was another thing that came up
That's
around.
where we've gotten the most pushback.
Right. And Senator Hardy was pointing out, if no person can sue two masters, right? So if the board's hiring, if the commissioner's hiring on behalf of the governor, but then your performance is evaluated and you could be fired by the board, that seems like a bit of a recipe for disaster. I could see the board making a report back to the commissioner, and the commissioner working with the governor could do the hiring and firing, but
I would, yeah, I mean, the pushback we got, and I think we heard it from the telecom authority, that you had a governor saying, well, I'm going to be held responsible, so I should make the appointment. And I've gotten several emails reiterating that point. That was one that Holly Grosvenor made. I'm trying to remember if that was one that Matt Dunn made, but that's what says this is an important board. It's a gubernatorial appointment. I said it Friday, I still think that who the governor talks to or listens to is his choice. I'm hoping the commissioner would be heavily involved, since
So you're
that's
I'm sorry, Ann, are you?
no, I'm just saying, I
suggesting
think that having the CEO responsible to the governor works. The next question is, what do we see the board's primary job as being? Is it doing telecom planning? Is it working out all of these details, or is it, at least now, getting this money out the door and having enough expertise to know if these plans are viable, if they meet our goals, and that to me is what I see the board doing. And then the executive director with the staff provides the input to the CUDs and the legacies and the telecoms and all of that. But that's just where I would see it. Senator Brock, and then I've got Senator Sirotkin.
A couple of questions. First, the way this draft reads, the fund manager is an employee of DPS, out of PSD, and is hired by the commissioner.
That's what we said on Friday.
Right, and I think that is a prescription for disaster. That's just a personal opinion. I think this has to be someone at a sufficient stature that the hiring by the governor, as opposed to the commissioner of public service, is essential. Part of the issue of the board depends on what kind of board you want and how competent you expect them to be in the broad range of these functions. If you're looking for a board that solely disperses money and uses its intelligence to evaluate the proposals that are given to us in the meeting that they go to review them, that's one thing. If, on the other hand, you look for a board that has a broader scope of knowledge, and that's where we had the discussion of a smaller but more competent board in some of the key areas, then that's an entirely different dimension. And I think that, to me, is what's really important. In many ways, I would like to see a board that is perhaps able to really oversee the breadth of the activities that this organization is involved in, managed by, as you now call it, an executive director, I think that's particularly important. And I see a separation between that and the public service department, which is housing them and providing administrative support, but it is not doing and overseeing the work. Somebody needs to do and oversee the work. You can exclusively place that in the hands of the executive director, but I think many would be more comfortable to see also a board that is sufficiently competent and sufficiently charged to be able to oversee what the executive director is doing.
Yeah, and that was our discussion, really. We came up with, what was it? I cannot remember the name of the board we're copying.
The Clean Water.
The Clean Water Fund
With Amy
Board.
Perchler, for example.
Yeah.
That board.
And I think that was brought to us by the commissioner, who said, look, this is a board that is housed in my department because it has to do with energy, but I really don't touch it. So it has the independence, but it also has a home to live in. It has a place on the institutional chart, and you can, run your payroll through the department. You can run your floor space and everything else through there. But, oh, by the way, you have to pay for it because I don't have any extra expertise right now. So I think this board, in trying to model it in concept, Maria has modeled it in actual fact more than we ever discussed doing it. I think we were seeing a stronger board, but also one with more than one employee. And I guess the question is, where do you spend your money? Do you hire the expertise or contract it and have the director do it? Or, and have enough expertise so you can evaluate all of that and act as a, kind of a breaker between the powerful director and the legislature, who is supreme.
By the way, not the Clean Energy Fund. I misspoke. It is the Clean Water. It is the Clean Energy Development Fund.
And they like
Different, yeah.
furnaces, wood furnaces, if some of you were here for that discussion. Okay, Senator Bray.
Right. I mean, I think part of the reason it got sent there is because the department was so involved in the Vermont Yankee settlement, and that's where we funded it. So they were the ones.
That was where their funding came from.
Right. So they had been involved in negotiating that deal to get the money out. And I think that's part of why it got created there and set up that way. But to your point, so I'm trying to capture on paper here what I think we're deciding. I don't know if we said who hired. Senator Brock said, I think it'd be a disaster to have the commissioner hire the executive director. So can you say a little more about why you think that? I'm just trying to understand.
I think certainly what I'm envisioning and had been for a while, somebody who is the broadband czar, who's sufficiently charged, enabled, capable, and competent of driving this thing forward, because we have this limited window of time. We have a lot of moving parts. And I think we need somebody who is at a special level to be able to do it. I think that diminishes that person's ability and recognition if that person is hired by someone at too low a level.
Okay. So this is like we had an Irene recovery officer, for instance.
Correct.
We had an ERA. I forget what that special position was during the ERA money, right?
And that's exactly the kind of thing I have in mind.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, and I think I agree with that. We need somebody with the power to get stuff done.
So you're suggesting they be hired by the governor, is that correct, Randy?
I am.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay. Anybody think that doesn't make sense?
And so then
Okay.
that board becomes, did we settle on what the board, oh, sorry, Senator Sirotkin.
I've got Senator Sirotkin here. All right. Then we'll go on.
So I tend to agree the person should be hired by the governor, but I really am less concerned with who does the hiring, that we don't shortchange the management of this issue. And this issue is broader than just hanging wire.
Yep.
There are issues of employment, there's issue of telecommunication, there's issue of the future. This, I think we're missing a big opportunity here to elevate this issue of broadband to a higher level by relegating it to just getting the fiber hung. This is going to be with us for a long time. We're going to have a lot of money. The administrative and staffing costs is minimal compared to the amount of grants we're going to give out. Let's not shortchange the planning process, the job that needs to be done. I mean, this committee seems to have made the decision to have a board that's going to be, seems to me, floating in and out for monthly meetings versus ones that work on a daily basis alongside the executive director to give this problem the due, the amount of money and resources and expertise and everything to get not only the job of hanging wire done, but all the things that go around it. We looked at that list of appropriations. All of those things are valuable things to do, but that's an appropriation process. Yes, we could put it off till January and get a report. That's definitely a healthier way of doing it than having us make that decision with the kind of knowledge base we have. But we could set aside a certain amount of money and give it to people who have knowledge within that pot of money to spend it on these areas now. I don't know what the best timing of it is, but there seems to me a lot to be done here, and we're fighting over $500,000 or whatever it is.
No, we aren't fighting over 500,000. I think we're
Not
going to pay
fighting,
the executive. I mean, I'm not sure. It sounds like what you're talking about is the Green Mountain Care Board model, and I thought we'd resolved that.
We have resolved that, but the way we've resolved it is to give it to the, now I'm here, we're going to give it to mostly to the executive director, and all that person's going to be charged with is just getting the money out to, it's basically giving out a grant program. And
No, we're talking about the daily work being done by employees. We're talking about, and we can charge the executive director to do anything we want to charge him, her, she, or it with. We haven't gotten there. I think what I thought we decided was the board was going to be skilled, but and be recompensed, but they were not going to be full-time employees, that the expertise was going to be in full-time employees. And then we have yet to decide on the charge to the executive director.
that's fine.
Which can-
Let's charge
Okay.
more
I
than
mean,
half
is
the
that where we are? I've got Senator Hardy and then Senator Bray.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I mean, I was going to suggest that we look at the duties that are outlined in the draft to see if they covered everything, because there's the board duties, and then there's the executive director duties, and we can certainly add to those. And also, Senator Sirotkin, we had a conversation last Friday about staffing and not skipping on staffing. And so right now, the draft has 4 FTEs plus the executive director, so 5 FTEs and a 5-member board. So is that sufficient, or do we want more? But there's a whole list of duties of the board. They're just they're in the draft, and duties of the executive director.
And those, I think, are the important things we need to get to. Senator Bray.
So I think it would be probably helpful to read through those duties and stuff because it will help sharpen up the questions. But just going into it, I'm trying to think of this is maybe back to Senator Sirotkin. I'm not sure I'm following entirely. Because I'm actually trying to think of an example where there is a CEO with a full-time board. You know, I'm familiar with a board structure where people come in for strategic meetings and there may be strategic subgroups and stuff, but they're not regularly in the office. And so I don't know what I do agree with your point of let's not think narrowly and be skinflints about funding this thing. It's got a huge opportunity and a huge overall task to take on. So I'm not thinking about saving money so much as thinking about, I just haven't seen that structure with a board and a full-time CEO.
So while I would prefer there be a strong, competent working board and an executive director, that discussion was had last week, and that was not where the majority of the committee was. So I'm just concerned that where this is straying is a limited role for both the board and for the executive director. And it sounded more to me like it was going to be primarily, if not overwhelmingly, getting these grants out. And I think there's much more to the broadband picture
Okay.
than that. And
There is, but the goal we set was to get broadband service availability, the line going by the house to every underserved and unserved building, residence, business, E911 address. That's the goal we've set. We have money for a plan that's coming in. We might well want, but I think we should see that plan before we start talking about charging this board with planning for the next 10-year plan or 5-year or 3-year. I think we're asking them to evaluate the plans that the internet provide, the CUDs, the telecom, all the plans that to get that service out there.
Well,
That's-
maybe
but-
we should go on to the duties and talk about those.
Okay.
I think this person or this department or this group of people can walk and chew gum at the same time. And I agree with Senator Brock. I was envisioning somebody of high stature who is a broadband czar who can be thinking about the 10-year future of this as well as the immediate future of getting lines hung. And I don't want this person just to be judged on how effective he is in getting broadband to every house. It's probably the most important goal, but this is a dynamic issue, dynamic industry. We got to
Okay.
be thinking ahead of the curve.
Okay, I think the bill as it came to us, and I think Senator Brock's bill went on longer. The bill as it's been come to us that this board has like a 4-year duration, 4 or 5.
I don't agree with that
We
either.
can change that.
Yeah.
But it was, I think, envisioned to
It goes-
basically get the money out.
It goes through 2029
Okay.
that's when and that's what's in this draft too that Maria,
So 22 to 29.
right.
And we do have a plan. Actually, the draft should be available. We'll have to see if we can get a copy of that. That's coming in now, but definitely future planning could be part of this board's existence. But if it is going to exist beyond the federal money, we will have to come up with a way to pay for it within the state, which has been the base problem we've had since day one. We have not invested enough money in the department, in the staffing, or in the resources to get the money out the door. We've used the connectivity fund, which is shrinking and is not producing enough right now to fund the ongoing needs of E911. We've covered that issue for 2 years, but we're gonna have to deal with it. And we're gonna have to find a funding. So the House has chosen to just look at this for the time that we have the money or the federal money to deal with it and deal with the future when the future arrives. But the board, I think there's going to be an ongoing need. But I'm not sure what it is right now because we don't have a lot of regulatory authority. The only authority we've got is we'll only give you money if. And that's how we're couching this, but this is different. It's a strange animal.
Should we read through the duties?
I think, well, there is the makeup of the board. And ACCD is in here. The Commissioner of Publics, yeah, all right, the Commissioner's fine. The Commerce and Community Development, I'd almost like to put the treasurer designee, since a lot of this is, if we're saying we want them to have business plans that are going to have them ready to go to the bond market. I don't know. I would.
Then we don't have to have one of the governor's appointee have finance expertise. They could be some other expertise.
The governor's got, this is, all right.
Be interesting to hear from ACCD. I mean, I don't know if they'd love to have this opportunity or they're just saying, okay, if I get assigned, we'll send somebody. I would like to hear that it's someone who's sort of chomping
Okay,
at
well,
the bit.
we'll ask them to come in.
That was in the House's proposal.
But,
and I don't
all
know,
right.
Randy, if it was
Well-
in yours as well, but to have an ACCD member, a member of ACDC, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
There we go. That would get us some PR. Okay, so this has public member committee on committees. Interest of employers, employees. All right. Yeah, other than the two departments, but we could leave them off. I think, yeah, let's. And I think if they're not funded otherwise, they get a per diem equal to the legislative per diem. Unless, or, yeah.
So
So somewhere between $80,000 and $110,000 a year.
So I do think it is crazy when we have so many people who are asked to do all these things for $50 a day or whatever.
The rub is when you're on jury, they don't even pay for your parking in downtown Barry or for your parking tickets when they don't let you out on time. And they don't provide parking.
Right.
Worse in Montpelier.
So anyway, I don't want to get hung up on compensation. I'd love to see people get paid more. If people are really going to come to these meetings well prepared, they're probably going to spend at least 2 to 3 to 10 hours preparing for every meeting, for every hour they're actually going to be in the meeting, you know, and especially if it's someone with advanced skills on a complicated issue. I don't know how you elevate the pay for this one board compared to the 400 others. That's what I'm a little concerned about.
Yeah.
Well, we call it an authority and then we can do it.
Give them a name.
Yeah,
of-
we've got to, I mean, I think we're all agreed, we want them to be compensated, and that may be something we can stick in a number. The House probably has a number, and we can find a number that works.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if we are not able to properly compensate people to get the skills that we need, then we probably are better off having a smaller board that has this generalist knowledge and that we allow the executive director to hire the technical expertise he or she needs.
That's what I mean, I think we need some heavy duty skills as employees. Because they're the ones that are going to be looking at the CUD's business plan. They're the ones that are going to be helping them put them together and think through the problems and, you know, hashing out your partnership agreements. When it comes to the board, you need enough experience or expertise to be a check and balance on the employees, you know, their judgment. You've got a different, perhaps broader judgment. So you can sit down and look at those and say, yeah, but how does that meet the legislative goal of this and that?
And your
I know,
technical your expertise will vary over time.
Yeah.
Right now, in the early stage, when you're trying to get these organizations up and running, and you're trying to get a major amount of connectivity established, there's one set of skills, and that set of skills may be different as it evolves over time.
it may well, this board may well be.
Yeah. And as you use, for example, expertise that you contract for, you are not putting in place necessarily something that's permanent as far as an appropriation that will affect the general fund later, that you have the heavy expenditure of federal funds now in order to get these things up and running. And you may need less technical hands-on expertise as you go forward. So that's another way really of managing the money and also managing the concern about building an empire that's going to continue along in cost, which I don't think we want to do.
Well, so now Senator McDonald's inspired me. I would say he might tell me, you hire someone different to implement D-Day than versus the Marshall Plan, you know, it's like.
Yes. Yeah, we've got D-Day. Somebody just gave us a whole lot of money, and we got to figure out how to get all those troops on shore really fast.
Just for your information, the House's plan would do the $50 a day per diem plus expenses reimbursed for the board members. That's what was in their draft.
Let's put 110 in there just to be, that'll assure that we talk about it. Senator Pearson, welcome back.
Hi, thank you. I heard Senator Bray's comment, and I totally agree. I mean, these are people that can't show up and start reading the grant application, otherwise we're sunk. So I would rather see it be, you know, $250 a meeting or something that recognizes the homework that has to go into this if it's going to be successful.
I'm fine.
But we
with
have to give them a test
250.
before each meeting to make sure they've read the material.
I'm fine with 250. Okay, so we'll put 250 in there. We're going to do the duties and responsibilities of the board. You're ready. We can argue over money. Right now, we got money to pay them. I mean, the more we pay them, the less we have to string fiber. But I think at this point, it's important to get the skills we need to help everybody get ready for fiber, and hope we're going to get more. And it sounds like we might. So the board shall have the powers necessary and convenient to carry out and effectuate the purposes and provisions of this chapter, including Coordinate, yeah,
Can I-
I think, yeah,
What's our total budget where our total?
100 million.
Yeah. So I'm just thinking
And
back to
50
another.
next year, so figure 150 million over 2 years.
Right. So we were just looking at another bill, administrative overhead. And there's usually on this thing, we do it between 5 and 10%. So 10% of 150 million would be 15 million. So even if we're frugal, we still should have plenty of money to
Money. Yeah.
hire and pay and come in well under normal administrative overhead. I'd hate to hobble ourselves by getting too frugal.
Okay, yeah. So let's walk through this. I think this board duties, when Maria was first reading through them, I think, coordinate, facilitate community broadband efforts, provide resources to communications union districts in the form of and technical support. I really see a lot of these as being the executive director's duties. It's the executive director who's going to be there answering the phone, or one of the employees, if you need some, and legal advice may go down on a consultant basis, contractual basis, but Senator Pearson.
Well, can you just orient me to where you're looking? Because it seems to me the board's responsible for the program, but that's different from carrying it out in some way.
Yeah, well, it says
Where-
they
where
have
are you
the
looking?
powers necessary and convenient to carry out and effectuate the purposes and provisions of this chapter. So this is written more with
Like the
the
page number would really help me, ma'am.
Page 8.
Page 8. Top of the page. Okay.
Right. Yeah, it does sound more like the executive director, I'd say.
I think it does. I mean, to me, the board primary goal is to make sure that the grants are going to financially viable projects that meet the goals, the legislative goals.
But
Which
that is-
we,
Isn't that what this does say?
it really, it's, this board, these are things I would give, enter into contracts and apply for grants on behalf, I guess they can apply for grants on behalf of. Now, we've never talked about the board applying for grants on behalf of EC Fiber.
I guess I see it as everything is ultimately under the power of the board. The fact is the director signs things and sends out checks and all of that, but the power sits at the board level, but not the actual carrying it out. And to me, that's what I see this language saying, but I haven't read it.
You can include language that says, these are the duties of the board, and then have a sort of catch-all that says the board shall designate the executive director to carry out yada, 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 like some list the powers and duties of the board, but then language that says the executive director is actually doing the implementation. I'm sure Maria could come up with something like that, and Chris, while you were gone, we changed it so the governor would appoint the executive director, and we changed it from fund manager, which is in this, to executive director.
We
So
are not,
still housed at the department, but a more direct link to the governor.
Correct.
I mean, we didn't say it this way before, but to me, it reminds me of calling it something like a cabinet level position. From the way Senator Brock was describing it, someone of that stature, visibility, level of influence, all that sort of thing.
Ability.
Senator Brock wants it to be a czar, so the czar can drive on the roads around Moscow.
Ring road.
The ring roads.
But these,
And we're gonna deal with affordability and hopefully tomorrow. So we have I think we've decided against the Green Mountain Care Board model of full-time board that gets paid full-time to have all the expertise. We have settled more on a board that has the responsibility to see that things are carried out, but the power to carry them out is in responsibility is in the executive director, who can hire and fire staff and, contract with board approval. I mean, the big thing would be board approval of the budget or authorization. That's usually where you get your power. And we're working through now. How'd I end up back here on page 2? On how we do spell out the duties of the board. And I think we've decided we're putting $250 in a day for the board so that they get paid to go home and read all this stuff at night.
and Senator Brock will quiz them as they enter the room. That's another provision.
Actually, I think Senator Hardy would be better at that.
We could do it as a team. Yeah.
So
Oh, it's a wood that they turn that camera on us. Okay, Senator Bray.
So the list of things that we're going through in sub 6, A through, I can only see G, but page 8, those all seem like tasks the executive director would carry out, and that the board would be advising on these things. Like, they could say, well, how am I going to facilitate partnerships? How, I have these, I would like to enter into contracts, and then you bring forward a portfolio of contracts and the board reviews them and signs off on them or something. But I mean, I'm always thinking of boards for the most part as advising the person who implements. So if they could play an important role on everything I see here, but I wouldn't see them as being responsible for it. I would imagine them helping the executive director, consulting with the executive director, who then has to do all those things.
I don't know how other boards are, I think this is the way we did the.
So, I mean, just as an example, it's a different kind of board, but as a school board, the statute actually has all these duties for school boards. But the superintendent is the one that carries most of them out.
Yeah.
But the school board chair actually signs the contracts and is legally the, person who's responsible for a lot of things legally, but the superintendent carries out the duties as assigned by the board.
Right.
So we could do some kind of language like that ultimately the board is the sort of overseer, but the executive director is making it all happen.
There's boilerplate out there somewhere for that.
Right.
I would rather get to me, you put the priority in list of importance. So what duties or responsibilities do we want to give the board? And then we can do boilerplate saying, by the way, the executive director is responsible for carrying the directions of the board out in these areas. So Senator Bray.
So
I'm sorry, Senator Pearson.
with all due respect to anyone who's served on a school board, which is a tough and thankless job mostly, I see this as a very different relationship. I mean, towns have a very proprietary feeling about their schools. And so one way you let townspeople manage a school system is to let them be, they're the school board. But this is a statewide resource, and I would think of it as much less. I would go sort of the other model where the power resides with the executive director, and this group that comes in on whatever interval it is a experienced, savvy group that advises the executive director, because the executive director, I'd hate to see she or he hamstrung in some way by having a whole group above that's not in the office with him or her every day, to help move things along. Because I think there are going to be many moving parts for the next few years in this group, whoever it is.
Going to have to be nimble. Senator Pearson.
I agree with Senator Hardy and not Senator Bray, and I'm sorry to make it problem.
That's okay.
There you have it. Those are the two options. There needs to be. I worry that you have an executive director. If you empower the executive director the way you've described, Senator Bray, and they bring it to the board to, get input, whatever, and the board disagrees just on the whole thing, then you don't have a flow here. Whereas if the obligation sits with the board, the governor, especially since you've given this appointment, I'm fine with that, to the governor gives them an executive director, but the board working with the governor's executive director is as a whole responsible for carrying it out. By and large, they're going to have the director do it, but the charge and the responsibility and the obligation has to, if it either sits with the people with power, or they really becomes really weird. In your scenario, what happens when the executive director disagrees with the board? I think you set up a very strange dynamic there.
I'd have to think about that one. I was thinking the board would still have a role in approving things. Like the executive director doesn't just do whatever. But so that balance is a good thing to be figuring out. And I don't know where it sits.
I was just trying to find a balance between what I've been hearing from all of you guys. I mean, Senator Sorokin has sort of one version with a very, very strong board. And then there are other people who are like, let's just have them as advisors. So that sort of middle ground of, they're not the Green Mountain Care Board kind of board, but they're not just an advisory fluff board either.
They're going to, I think everything I've heard, they are going to approve all the grants. So that gives them ultimate power. And they are going to have the expertise to do it. I think the director and the people that work for him have to work with the CUDs to make sure that those grants are ready for prime time and meet our goals and standards. And
well, who does the director report to as you have the appointment from?
I would say the director is, this is so short term. I mean, normally you do an evaluation of the board. The board does an evaluation of the executive director. And I don't know how you do it with board. I mean, appointees with boards, they're appointed with different, this is a strange animal. I mean, normally the school board hires the superintendent. The board hires the executive director and evaluates the executive director and fires the executive director. This has an appointment by the governor, and then a board appointed by other political authorities. So it is a camel.
The
We
majority
need,
of the people on the board at this point anyway are also gubernatorial appointees. But I do agree that it is awkward, and that's what I was trying to avoid, so that this poor person isn't pulled in so many different directions. But the problem with having the board appoint the person at this point, one of the main problems is that getting first a board appointed and up and running, and then an executive director appointed by that board, it will take forever. And whereas the governor can, appoint somebody pretty quickly while he's also appointing board members and get the whole show running. So, yeah.
Senator Brock.
Board can be an advisory board, doesn't have to be a board of a command and control nature. That gives you the ability to have a board that is charged with in an advisory role, reviewing applications and making their recommendation for approval. But then you can leave the executive power in the hands of your executive director to be able to do that. It provides a degree of oversight. It provides a check and balance. There's the public effect of a rejection of a proposal by this advisory board. That in itself will have an effect, and I think will tend to keep things a little bit cleaner than it might be otherwise. So that's just another model to perhaps think about. The role of the board is an advisory board as opposed to a command and control board.
Senator Brock, is that, because before I heard you sort of
My mind.
you're changing your mind. Okay.
And I thought I wanted to offer an alternative that might work for us to think about. I haven't really changed my mind, but that's just an alternative for us to
I
think
see. Okay. So
He's
you
trying to move us on to square B.
got it. You would still prefer the super strong board, but you're
I prefer a strong board, but I realize that there is the possibility of conflict, and I think it's wise to avoid it. If we want to make this in effect a czar, we want the governor to be accountable and in charge. That's a way to do it. You can still have a strong board as a strong advisory board.
So, Senator Brock.
No, I had Pearson and then
Okay.
Senator Bray.
I come back to what I learned from the Clean Energy Development Board model, which was different than what we're talking about in that the power resides in that board. It was described to me, and I think it applies here, as very important because it gave the director cover from political pressure. So when you have a director appointed by a governor, and then the governor comes to the director and says, you know who needs some broadband? I was down in blah, blah, blah last weekend and they're dying for it. Make it happen. The director needs to be able to say, I'm sorry, governor, thanks for this job, but we have a plan. And the board has approved the plan. You need that insulation to web to what we're setting up and what the sort of cold-hearted, emotionless plan is. Now, it will never be perfect, but I think it's really important, and it was described in the Clean Energy Development Fund as a very important feature to have that, because this is a person working, is going to bump into the commissioner every day in the office once people are back in the office. You need some protection from the political, the very natural. Anytime you're building something, there's a political influence that comes into play here that I would like to see. Now, if they can convince the majority of the board, that's a harder political lift. It doesn't insulate us entirely, but you got to protect, I think, that governor appointee from that influence myself.
Saying we should have a government employee, but the board determines what the scope of work is for this year. That is, which plans are going to get approved or which plans and we're going to set the criteria. with some leeway, but it will be the board. So, and I gather if the board decides we need X number of employees within the budget, then that director, when he hires them, it's got the insulation on the calls that say, but I don't want that number of employees, which is probably more likely where we'll have a fight right now. Okay. So Senator Bray.
So I think that insulation is a good idea. And probably that board is also going to rely on the executive director in turn to bring forward a portfolio of work. So that it's not that disempowering to the executive director to have to get board approval. The other thing I was thinking about from looking at stuff like the Natural Resources Board, that board should probably only be removable for cause. That's probably another important protection. I mean, that's one of the distinctions between a district commissioner and an NRB chair, for instance, or the quote unquote full-time professional NRB board that's been floated out in the last 2 years. With all those people serving at the pleasure, one of the concerns is it makes them too vulnerable to political influence. So it seemed like board members ought to be removable for cause. And that would also create probably an appropriate level of insulation or independence.
Okay, I think we can do that.
Chris, how does that work for if one of them is a commissioner or somebody who is appointed by the governor? They would be
Well-
removable if they were removed from their position, correct?
Right. So I'm really thinking of the appointees who are not part of the executive branch.
Got it. Okay.
I think that begs the question, do we want to have commissioners on the board? Or do we want these to be, I mean, they're there as an advisory capacity. They usually send a designee. I've never known commissioners to be hesitant to express their feelings if they think things are going awry. I mean, I'm not sure you've got a director appointed, a board that's housed under, but you've got the commissioner of that department on the board. Plus, I'm not sure why the commissioner of ACCD is. Why don't we just keep, what have we got? Two,
There are 5 members in the current draft. The
well, if we do
commissioner-
two, and now that gives the legislature 2. I would say we do
3 for the governor and 1 House, 1 Senate.
well, that gives the governor the edge, but how about 2 Senate, 1 House?
That'll go over well.
I like that.
Yep, that's fine.
One question is whether or not there ought to be a legislative member at all.
Oh, no,
And
these
that's
are appointed by.
Yeah, these
This
are
is-
not legislators. These are
Yeah.
appointed by.
Okay, I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
misunderstood.
Yeah, I agree with you, Senator Brock. There should not be legislators on, actual legislators.
Yeah, we'll screw it up.
Always. As we are amply proving at the moment. All right.
So what did we decide? 3 gubernatorial and 1 each for the houses, or 3 Senate and 2 governor?
That's good.
Smaller is better. Smaller is
Yeah.
better.
1 each? Just have a 3-member board?
Wouldn't surprise, I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to it, provided you have some qualifications established for board members in terms of the types of appointments.
I
So the-
wouldn't either.
So if there's 1 member, the governor right now, Maria has it drafted that he would appoint somebody with expertise in finance. The House would appoint somebody with expertise in the area of communications law, policy, and technology, and in broadband deployment in rural high-cost areas. And then the Senate,
They have two, right?
no, they have one. So that's a person that has a lot of expertise.
They're
Good
only
luck.
appointing one in this board. All
Good luck
right.
to the speaker. And then the committee on committees would be somebody who has expertise in electric utility law and policy. So we could switch it so it says the Senate member would be expertise.
I don't know why, yeah, why do we need electric utility? These are not, we've got communications law.
It could be
Why do-
communications or electric utility too, you know.
Why
just
don't we
law and
put the
policy.
law one in the Senate and just everybody has one area of expertise?
So that the House would be broadband deployment in rural high-cost areas?
Yeah,
Okay.
And we know that'll never get filled because they'll never find anybody with those qualifications.
that's also true.
Ouch.
That works for $250 a day if we can hold our position.
Gonna
Well,
be
if we
tough.
have a-
It's really gonna be tough, quite frankly, to find.
Oh, I know it
top-
is. I know it is. We're asking an awful lot here.
If we
Yeah.
have a 3-person board and we're asking for these expertise, I mean, we could not go to the extreme of the Superior Court judge, but we could say like a $20,000 stipend or something, like annual stipend or something like that. We could set an amount that's
Yeah, that would
more
work.
than a daily thing, but it's not quite a salary.
Yeah,
And we can't be like the Clean Energy Board, you know, they meet according to statute, they only have to meet quarterly. And we are expecting more, certainly on the front end.
yeah. They did not have the kind of money and pressure that
Yep.
we've got to get out.
Yeah. This is,
The,
there's a lot of people watching.
Well, the
The-
mayor of Montpelier makes twice what I do, so I think that's $4,000 or $5,000 a year.
The folks that serve like on the Washington Electric or the VEC board, they get paid pretty well. We could, and that's sort of like they come for a full day meeting type thing. If I remember, folks who may remember Representative Woodard from Johnson, I think. I could find out what they get paid. That might be a way to.
Yeah, that might be, and that has a logical connection. Okay,
I'm happy to ping him and find out what he gets paid.
Barry would probably tell us too. Bernstein, I'm sure it's public record. Okay. So we're gonna pay him, and we're gonna pay him a lot. We're gonna have 3.
Well, we're
And
gonna pay them a middle amount.
middle amount. But more than $50 a day with
Yes.
no parking. Will we guarantee them a parking space?
Oh, parking.
Parking,
They're gonna zoom
not
it.
an issue these days. All right. Why isn't this doing what I want it to do? There, I think. Okay. All right. So we're back to the board. Shall have all the powers necessary and convenient to carry out and effectuate the purposes and provisions of this chapter. All right.
And then boilerplate language that allows them to let the executive director do the actual daily stuff and hire staff. Is that right?
No, we've had some talk about this would be the duties of the executive director with the consent of the board, or advice and consent of the board.
I
'Cause
thought it was the
they're
opposite.
They're coming in once or twice a month to approve grants. And once the grants are all out, they might not be coming in. You know, they'll meet as needed. And they're working under an annual salary, so they're not going to be under pressure to meet when they don't need to.
Wait, I thought we said that we had this conversation about having the board have these duties, but to give the executive
If
director.
that- Yeah, but then there was
insulation.
some that these specific duties. Community broadband efforts. Action costs, yeah. All right. Is the enter into contracts and apply for grants on behalf of or jointly with one or more communications union districts. That, to my knowledge, we haven't talked about. With this board, why would we apply? I mean, I can see giving technical expertise to grant writing to help a CUD write for a grant, but why would we write a grant on behalf of or jointly with?
That was in the House's bill, so I think Maria just took it from their list.
Is that like grant, would we help them write the grant? I'm just wondering, like, why, yeah, what has the board got to get out of a joint grant? Unless it's a planning, I don't know. We can.
It
we
may
can
have been
take it.
before the ARPA funds came in that they were thinking maybe the board would apply for federal funding or something like that, but now that we have all the ARPA funds,
If
it's
we take
probably
it out,
not.
they'll have to tell us what it is.
Yeah,
I think you're right, Senator Hardy, that they, because a lot of this is constructed without the assumption of federal dollars.
yeah, because they did a lot of this language like
Last year.
in January, before ARPA was a thing.
Okay. You want to leave it in? Or take it out and they'll have to tell us what it is and then we can decide if we want to put it in.
Yeah, sure.
Madam Chair, I've got some intelligence back. Vermont Electric Co-op is $375 a meeting. Washington Electric Co-op is $100.
Go back to 250.
250 it is.
Washington Electric may go up because they're going to have to string the broadband lines.
So are we going back to 250? Okay.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll start there. And then, I mean, all right. Consult with.
Poor Maria, she's gonna have to watch all this.
No.
I told her to call me. Maybe we could get it summer. I should better off calling you because you've got better notes than I have.
I have it all in this draft on. So Maria, you're welcome to call me. I gave you your
All right.
phone number.
Contracts and apply for grants on behalf of. I'd like to take E out. If they want it back in, they can explain to us. It's enter into contracts and apply for grants. Do you see this board entering in? I mean, I just want to know what kind of contracts is the state going to enter into?
Yeah, I crossed it out, Madam Chair.
Okay, so E
How
is
can you
out.
even do that? That's crazy. They need
Yeah,
to.
I'm Economic Development Board.
Michael, are there things you want to add? Because I know you were concerned about it. You're muted.
Muted, Senator.
Well, I mean, there's a catch-all in J, but I think, I think there should be focus on issues like workforce planning. I don't want those things to take back seats to just the stringing of fiber.
Okay, why don't you write one up and we can put it in?
Okay.
All right, I'm looking at consult with the Vermont Economic Development Broadband Municipal Broadband to financing. I'm thinking that got built before ARPA and should probably come out. Because at this point, I mean, maybe we could put it in as future or on. But it sounds like that was part of developing a financing plan for broadband.
But that might be for the next phase too. That might still be
Yeah,
relevant.
I mean, it can stay in there, but
Yeah.
it's not what I'd see as a primary goal right now.
And we could add another duty, along the lines that Senator Sorokin was thinking about, affordability planning or something like that, or access planning after.
But that, we're gonna, once we get all of this down, what I intend to do is take up that whole affordability. We've got the amendment from Senator Brock to work with, and we can figure out where to stick it in, but I wanted to get through the baseboard before we took on the next issue. The establishment or modification of taxes, fees applicable to broadband, including a set of criteria for the waiver of such taxes and fees when providers offer to furnish comparable value to the state to meet the public good. Are we taxing? Municipalities are not taxed. I'm not sure. This sounds like it's something that came up from the legacy providers, or maybe maybe that's the WEC treatment.
Yeah,
But that's still
the House's proposal included that
WEC, yeah.
the WEC thing.
I mean,
So
we
this
can
may
leave
be-
it in. I don't. And we've got, Abby's got to talk to us. There's a correction that needs to be done to that. Something about when she figured the cost, she didn't figure in, she just figured state, not local taxes or something, but we'll have her in. It's a technical correction. All right, no one. Yeah, this is a lot. And once the federal money runs out, I can see a lot of this is figuring out how you're going to pay for it. And we can leave it in. The input into the telecommunications plan. Okay, what? Fund manager, yeah. The fund manager, B, is struck. We need to put in the CEO. And nowhere in here, minutes, approval of all accounts. Make recommendation, oh wait, who's doing, oh, that's the fund manager.
Or the executive director.
For grant awards and other funds of financial and technical assistance. But did I see where the board had to approve all grants? I think this is really setting up an authority that really, when the House did this, it was pre-ARPA, and they were thinking of a way to develop ways of funding that we now have the money to do. This has a lot of emphasis on finding grants or possible sources of money. And 2 or 3 years down the road, we're going to be right back there. But we need to put more in here about the board's primary responsibility right now is in approving those funds and assuring those grants and assuring that the grants meet our goals or our priorities and requirements, which
Madam-
is Senator Saratkin.
Madam Chair, here's a question to think about in terms of powers. What if we start putting this money out and there's no workers to do the work? And the board says, we should do either pay for some training or do some incentive grants to get workers. Would they have the power, or the executive director have a power to take some of this $100 million and use it for that purpose? Otherwise, we're paralyzed.
Right now, we haven't put it in there, but when the House wrote this, they were still trying to find the money to do the projects that we now can't find workers for. There's staffing and there's materials, and I'm not sure, and that got written into the grant. Our priorities and requirements was their access to personnel and materials. That, I think, was one of those, if you had it all lined up. But we've been warned that that is going to be an issue. We can definitely put it in
But who
as
is
a
it?
way, and I think that's legitimate under ARPA, since they seem to be doing other funding. If this is the best pot of money to take it out of, I don't know. Don't you have money, Senator?
I think it's an excellent source of money for this purpose. I just don't know, would we be appropriating money to this board or to the staff? That's when I'm a little concerned. I mean, I guess, is this board going to be in such a situation that they're going to have the power to essentially spend? Well, I guess they're spending money on grants. One of the grants could be for labor, or to train labor, or to, I mean, I think those are the kinds of things that and affordability are, is there going to be money within this $100 million for those purposes?
What got put in the budget? Wasn't there workforce training money in the budget?
Yeah, so on page 4, there's the list of all of the authorized expenditures of the fund, and included in it is this measly amount for workforce that, so we could
That the
change
100,000?
And we started this conversation about these and decided to sort of put it off as a report back because people didn't know what was available from other funding sources, but there's already a section in here.
Funds the apprenticeship program, at least in year 1. We got 50 million next year, Senator, so by the time they get an apprenticeship program set up, we should have the money to fund it.
Well, we should give some discretion to this board, or this people who are working on this, to have some flexibility. I mean, we're facing this in a lot of programs the governor has suggested be jump started with money in ARPA, and there's very little guardrails or guidance, and we're given very little time to design this. So I mean, I think the way to go is to set aside a certain amount of money. Maybe you just call it administrative expenses, and then list some of the things that they can use that are administrative expenses. However you want to do it, I think there needs to be some flexibility even in the first 6 or 8 months of this program. If we wait until January, then it won't be until May before we make a decision how to
Okay,
let.
why don't we put in under the duties of the board? I'm thinking of the Noltes who talked about taking their kid who was doing inventory in the grocery store and turning him into their foreman. That was an unpaid apprenticeship program. They paid for it. But put in there to assist CUDs and others in acquiring or training the workforce necessary to carry out the contract.
Yep.
Can we do something like that?
Yeah, and I think as we go
Alright.
along, we'll probably find other things that sort of fit into that category. Just give them some flexibility to use some money where they need to plug some holes that we probably not even thinking about at this
No,
point.
I'm sure we aren't. I mean, we're on a steep learning curve on this one. Okay, I think I saw Senator Pearson, then Hardy, and Senator Bray. Did you? All right.
I'm struck that this is obviously it's a big concern. The House sort of made mention to it, put a little bit of money. There's not a strategy in the House version. Just saying the board could think of this. It seems to me that there's money and there's a problem, and I would rather see some kind of language somewhere else that looks at our more overall workforce problems and checks in with this board to get their update, checks in with, Senator Bray's and McDonald uncovered the same thing with weatherization. I mean, we got this huge challenge, and I'm not seeing how, other than some ability to offer an inventory, how this board or the director has much to do with it other than needing somebody to figure it out. I guess I just wonder if there's another bill traveling, or if there's in consultation, shall consult with somebody so-and-so, something like that, rather than giving them a direct responsibility. I don't know.
Workforce, I mean, I don't know about you guys, I had full page ad in the Sunday paper from Vermont Castings.
Every week. Every week.
Yeah, $23 an hour, 3 weeks paid vacation, 13 paid holidays. There is an issue with workforce, and we need to find it. We've been warned, we will have delays, even if we get the workforce. If we can't get the cable or the fiber cable, whatever it is, the workforce isn't going to have a job to string it. So I think we need, it was Matt Dunn said, just recognize that there are things that are going to slow this process down. And I think if we put in assist them, which could be helping them find an apprenticeship program to put 3 people in, but I don't see this as being able to use all this money for workforce training at this point, or a significant amount of it. Maybe more than the House has in, but I don't know. Senator Bray.
Yeah, I just had a meeting with another group of people this morning on workforce. And one of the things that Senator Pearson just said that we built into the weatherization bill is building, training people to come into this area, the clean energy economy, one of the conclusions we reached was, well, but we're, how many people are going to try to stand up their own programs? And too bad that there's not a broader coordinated state program that says, here are the top 12, 15, 20 occupations, and we're going to prioritize. We have conversations like this, but I just don't see program, that much coordinated program rolling out that's well-funded to help create this sort of evolving pipeline, once in a while we get something that's more spot on, like there's a nursing shortage. So we figure out a way to provide benefits to get 50 extra LPNs created in the coming year or something like that. But it doesn't feel systematic yet. That's
Senator Bray, weren't you the senator who identified 64 different workforce training programs in the state of Vermont?
yes. And I'll just say very super briefly, just working on my own, I wasn't on economic development. I started trying to figure out workforce and I kept adding up programs and the list was growing so astoundingly long that I brought it into your predecessors and said, I don't know what's going on, but there are all these programs. So the first task was they made an inventory. And then the second task was to say, okay, now let's gather some data on these programs. And for instance, how many people graduate, what percentage, and then how many find work in the training in the area where they just train for, how many are employed a month, 6 months, a year, 2 years later, that kind of thing. Basically effectiveness. And the participants ground that effort to a halt because people did not want to be measured on how well they were actually churning, their programs were churning out people who got work. And I could say more, but I won't. But it was ground to a halt because we
Okay.
looked for performance.
There you go, Senator Sorokin. You have your next year's agenda all laid out for you.
Right. Senator
I
Clark,
think,
Senator Clarkson is my workforce development pro.
well, all right, I think, do we want to put anything in here on assist? We have it under our criteria, which is not in this bill at all yet. To assist,
So I agree with Senator Pearson. In the ideal world, we'd have a Department of Labor who has a workforce development division, which it does, and would be providing us with all the tools to do this, which they've come in with virtually zero this year. They came up with a $500,000 program, but I think the places like whether it's climate change, weatherization, broadband, there are different elements of the housing construction where people are crying out for workers and workforce training. And I think it helps to put money towards that effort. It's not necessarily the broadband authorities or the executive director's responsibility to come up with a structure for that, but they could buy the services from a place that makes sense or contribute to an effort elsewhere in state government with these flexible funds that are needed to produce this workforce. So I think we need to set up something like that where there are flex funds that could be used towards needs that we identify as we move forward. And again, I think there's, it's the once in a lifetime opportunity, or it's the 100 million or 150 million dollars, that at least some amount of money that's meaningful and not insignificant is set aside for purposes like this. If we take $10 million of the $100 million and have it set aside for flexible purposes, I think that's a good use of funds, even though they're not really fully defined or measured at this point. If all it means is that you're going to serve 10% less of the unserved areas, because I think without having that flexibility, the whole major project could grind to a halt.
Senator, what I think we're setting up here is a budget. They're getting X dollars. It sounds like $1 million, in which they can spend up. No, they're getting 100 million. They can spend up. Right now, we're looking at $1 million. Has been the number kicked around, but if we're gonna pay the board, we might want to up that a little bit. But they are getting a block grant, and they are being told to do certain things with it. If we put in, they are not going to be able to set up or have enough money to fund this year a workforce training program.
Yeah, I
As
wouldn't
you
expect them to.
said, this is an ongoing thing, but they might, if we put in assist, be able to help and pay for, do scholarships for out of the money. 3 guys from CB Fiber to learn how to splice cable, or not cable, fiber. You got to tie it up, or how to hang it. They may, on an individual kind of thing. I think if we put in just that much, that gives them the flexibility. And I haven't seen the House puts a fence around the blocks grants. We may come to that point. They set up so much for planning grants and so much for, but I think if we just put it in, we've got it somewhat covered.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, so we'll put in assist with the development of necessary workforce. Senator Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we talked about this earlier, and because there's a list on page 4 of like all the different appropriations. So what I'm hearing is creating some amount that could be put into a miscellaneous fund that would include workforce.
No, we haven't approved. We didn't approve those appropriations on page 4. I don't
Right, I
think.
know we didn't. And what I'm hearing right now is a little contradictory to what we decided earlier, but that's okay.
No,
And
what
I just
I'm
wanted to
saying,
ask, can I ask Senator Sorokin a question? Because my understanding is there's a bunch of money or some amount of money in the budget for apprenticeships.
$2 million.
Pardon me?
$2 million.
$2 million. And is that specifically defined?
There's no definition to it.
No definition. Okay. So, and does that go to ACCD or to labor, or who does it go to?
It goes to the Department of Labor.
Okay. So we could put in language in the duties that they would collaborate or coordinate or whatever with labor, Department of Labor, and then give them the ability to spend a certain amount of money on workforce development issues. You mentioned splicers. I got an email from somebody saying splicers are in high demand. So people who know how to splice. Is that what you're saying, Senator Sorokin? Like both give it as a duty, but also put aside some kind of money?
That money, the vision of that money was there. It was basically mostly for the building trades, but it's being defined in another bill to put guardrails around that. I'm saying that there is insufficient money for workforce training throughout the state. And just like there's money within weatherization for workforce training, we should acknowledge that there are workforce issues in broadband right now. We've heard testimony to that effect.
Right.
And we should give the board, I mean, your idea is one approach about, doing a study and coming back for all these expenditures, what they should be.
That wasn't my idea. I was trying to find some compromise. That's what I've been trying to do all day. And that's what I was hearing was like we don't know what to do. So
Whether it's your idea or somebody's idea, it's one idea. And another idea is just to set aside a certain percentage of these funds for these kinds of needs. And we can sort of identify where the board can decide where they might want to spend a relatively modest amount of money of the million to make this program work. And I just don't think in one day we're going to be able to design that program. So let's just make it flexible, come up with a percentage, and maybe we can do better in the next week or so when we go to conference and stuff to define it better. But let's just put it out there that we're identifying that there are other needs that are ancillary or corollary to the getting broadband to every household other than the wires, and giving money directly to the CUDs. This money could be supplemental money to the CUDs to help them give incentives to hire people or whatever. But I don't think that we can, given the time frame we're faced to do it justice. And I'm willing to delegate a lot of that to this board and its staff.
Okay. I am reluctant to say X $1 million or $100,000 or whatever you want is set aside, because we don't know what's going to come in. And if we set it aside, it is not available to do other things with. We don't know what's going on out there. I would rather say amongst the things this board can do, and we have not gotten to that part yet, amongst the things the board can do is assist in the acquiring development of appropriate workforce. And so if CV or EC Fiber want to come in and say, we would like a grant to train or pay to send 10 guys to VTC to learn how to do X, Y, and Z, they could get a grant for it.
That's fine. I have
Okay, that's all. I think that gives you the flexibility. It doesn't tie down money. And I don't think that's primarily the responsibility of this pot of dollars. I think it's ancillary to it. It's something we can do. But we could find out we got all this trained workforce and we got no fiber for them to string.
Well, I think that's fine. I mean, that's as long as I have the authority so that the people who roll up
Yes.
their sleeves and decide how to roll this whole thing out, if they identify a problem out there that they can put some money towards it, that's fine. And we don't have to
I
specify.
think that's, yeah, I think that would do it. Okay. All right. We still, nothing in here says, and we need to add it, and I would put it up pretty much at the top. Now I've lost it again. That the primary, where am I and how did, thing is so touch screeny. Okay. That the,
we can add it on page 8 to the powers and
I would put it at the top. I'm still having trouble finding.
we
could
can add it
raise-
on page 4 and
Yeah, no, I can't find I hit the wrong. That's where I am. Okay. Somehow I hit the wrong button. And 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, it's already allowed expense, right? 100 grand.
Oh, no, that was for the survey, and then there's part of that is helping them set up an apprenticeship program. That we never did. That was in the House bill, and we can leave it. But then what
Well,
I
can
want
we
to
ask
make
Michael
sure
to bring us-
is.
Why don't we agree that we agree and suggest South Rockin will bring us some wisdom?
Well, what I want to put in, I mean, we have not written the section yet about the first duty of the board. A responsibility is to approve all grants in accordance with the requirements and priorities laid out by the legislature. And then somewhere in here, we need to put, remember, we spent days on those requirements and priorities. You know, the 100, we've got the universal service.
These are this is in here. Maria's just structured it slightly different in this draft.
Okay.
but They are in here.
Where?
Well, in the beginning, there's the definitions, and then there's the universal service plan is a definition, and then there's requirements that each grantee has to do to get a grant, and then there's the structure of the grant programs themselves. So it's in a bunch of different places.
All right, I think it should be in one place, so when the CUDs read it, they know the board has to approve it. These are the requirements of a grant.
Right. Well, I mean, it's just the structure of how things are drafted, but
Yeah, but I think. Here we go. I've got our committee goals is universal connectivity, 100 broadband to under and underserved areas. So we've got the 100 and universal access are requirements, right? And then I've got another page of notes here somewhere. Yeah. And universal coverage. I think we talked about open access, but I think we had some pushback about allowing your competition to come in and undercut you after you put up.
right. So if you look on page 13, there's the whole list of the priorities. And the ones that are requirements, the universal access and the 100, those are at the very front of the bill.
Demonstrate project readiness. Support low income or disadvantage.
What question are we trying to answer right now?
I'm just trying to make sure that that we have all of our priorities and readiness to build, working with utilities. We wanted to give a priority there, interconnectivity, transparency, approved business plan, detailed plans. Those were the criteria they were going to be judged on. So As long as somewhere in here it says they have to approve all plans, because that's their big leverage, their power. Distribution utility.
Well, they're the granting authority, so how do they, I mean, isn't that approval? They're not obligated to give out a grant.
No, they are not. The value of the work completed. That was one I think Maria was going to work on. That's a different term. Okay, if you think that that does it.
I think it does. She structured it a little bit differently, but there are priorities that we wanted to make sure, or our requirements were the universal coverage and the 100-100. And those are in the definitions of universal service plan, which is required to get a grant, and in broadband, which is required to get a grant. And then she lays out all of our priorities, and she added the things that we talked about to that list of priorities. And then also on page 14 includes the stuff about complying with the state's grant requirements and approval of a business plan. She does say produced a detailed business plan, so we might want to say produced an approved detailed business plan, but she seems to have gotten everything that I remember us discussing.
Okay, well, we are happy.
Senator Bray, I think she got your stuff about interoperability, which I cannot say this late in the day, but
I did see that. Okay. Well, folks, we have been at this for almost 5 hours. Senator McDonald.
Senator Hardy was just talking about meeting the state's requirements, and was that for the requirements for the grant getting or the requirements for the technology level, or?
I think both. What I was specifically referencing is on page 14, number 6, is saying that they have to meet all the state's grant requirements. But in the beginning of the bill, under the definitions of what we mean by broadband and what we mean by all the things that make somebody eligible, it includes a universal service plan and the 100-100. Both.
Oh, there are other things that Senator Brock has mentioned, and it's whether things are redundant or looped, or the lines aren't, the coordination amongst CUDs, and you would, I would assume they all fit into that category.
It's here. Here it is.
So
Reflect
I will stop.
engineering,
Yeah.
promote reliability. It's on 14. Engineering
Okay.
standards that promote reliability, resilience, and
Yep, yep.
interoperability.
All set.
Okay.
Thank you.
It is there. I think I'd feel better if even if it were redundant, that we put the 100 and universal access. So it's all in one page, so that the guys don't have to be doing this on their computer, flipping from page 4 to page 18.
Yeah, she can repeat it here. I'll
Yeah.
make a note of that.
Okay, Senator Bray.
We've mentioned it. I don't want to stop us. I'm just flagging it to come back to tomorrow or something. Another side of it's kind of like a cousin to interoperability. We've talked at different points about what if a CUD wants to merge with another? What are who basically it's a regulatory question. Like, who keeps an eye on how the CUDs behave, and do they have any ability to help sort out, I don't know, differences of opinion about how something interprets or how something connects or whether somebody can merge or dissolve, or it's kind of a regulatory piece to the whole thing.
Okay, the
I don't
whole
know where
thing-
that is.
There is one in here that says, if we pay for it, you can't merge it, sell it, or do anything to it without prior board approval.
Okay.
So that covers most of it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Senator Pearson.
Sarah Bray, I would say too, recall that our power all flows through the grant. So
Right.
the interoperability, I mean, and it's going to work because these are entities that have no money. So I think it's just about crafting it in the grant requirement. Madam Chair, I was going to ask you a broader question. This has been helpful, and I think we're getting closer, and it feels meaningful to have that progress. I know for me, I will read Maria's draft and the original bill tonight and try to cross-reference a little bit. So I guess what I'd like to do is get a snack from Senator Hardy's daughter and just reserve a little bit of space to make sure we haven't missed things that I want us to talk about or bring forward fine tunings. Even though I know you're trying to wrap us up and
No, I was thinking, we had an original side by side of, it's somewhere back there, of
We have
Senator
two, I think.
Brock's and 360. And then I think we did one with the third column, but just going back and seeing the section by section, I think would be helpful. And this is, I'm still waiting on the delivery of a printer cartridge so I can print this stuff out and make notes. Staples doesn't have them. I couldn't buy one locally.
so
If I
process wise, if you're open to that.
No, I think going through and seeing what we've missed. But
There's
again,
also
I think,
there's also an issue that I've brought up very quickly in the past, and I don't really understand the scale of it, but I want to flag it for people. I'm going to try to think it through. That is that Velco, as one example, has a lot of quote dark fiber. And, you know, they just basically, as I understand the history, they were stringing power lines and they were like, well, what the heck? It's just a question of material costs to string fiber, and it's just a smart investment. That sort of belongs to the public or the quasi-public and ratepayers and whatever. And I want to make sure that this board has whatever power we can give them to tie that, and that's just one example. I know the state owns directly some fiber.
there's fiber.
There are all these, you know, we're never going to be able to go back in time and make an efficient single system. Bill Clinton and the 1990 Congress blew that for us. But can we take advantage? We need this board in its authority, if at all possible, to have an eye on that stuff, help, because maybe the local CUDs don't even know. I beats me. I mean, it's above my pay grade, but I sure want to empower these folks to be mindful about it, incorporate it, help others incorporate it. Does that make sense? I mean, is that just?
Yeah, no, we're talking about a statewide system, and we could talk about, you know, including fiber strung on public and private utilities, just some catch-all. So,
well, and maybe
as we
it
go
speaks to an efficiency. You know, they are driven. They're one of their goals should be to do this in the most efficient way possible, including using publicly owned and other entities, dark fiber, whatever.
Yeah,
Just
we have not had time to even find out. It's talking about the transfer of, the other thing. we
well, I mean, a
haven't
lot of
been-
that is going to be leased, right? So it just
Well,
is.
no, this was the transfer of the state-owned fiber to the authority. We haven't dealt with that. We haven't, the other thing I can remember we haven't dealt with is that 360 sets up, an amount for pre-planning. They have like 3 program areas and they've budgeted amounts. I think we've referenced those areas, but we haven't spelled them out. These are the kinds of things we're going to hash out probably in conference. But as long as one of us touches it, then we can do the work in conference. Because if this were some former pro tems, my arm would be twisted way behind my back at this point. I understand, I'm not sure if Senator Saratkian is here with us in body or just picture, that economic development may be meeting before the floor tomorrow. Faith told me they were. Health and welfare is natural resources meeting before the floor?
No,
Okay, I would like to, we'll meet after the floor. And we will get a final draft on this one tomorrow. All right,
just in terms of coordinating mornings, so I've got permission to schedule 9 to 10 o'clock on Wednesday and Thursday, but the pro tem did say, please check with the chair of finance, because if you or your colleagues are needed, please
yes.
reschedule that meeting. So
Well, if you're good and we get this bill out tomorrow, I think we're all right. We need to do miscellaneous tax, which is going to pick up a bunch of bills. Because that one is probably going to conference. But I don't think it's going to be a long or painful conference. And then we've just got our usual selection, and we'll probably be getting more, but I don't think they're heavy lift bills. At least I don't think they're H bills.
with the yield.
The yield I'm going to put on miscellaneous tax. That's where it usually is. Anything we're doing with PPP has to go on miscellaneous tax. We've got, I know yours taxing thing, we've got that energy bill to get out, miscellaneous energy, and we've got a current use that we're setting up, and the city of Burlington, and I'm not even remembering what they want to talk to us about. There's one subsection that they, about,
Well,
do you,
I know they're watching the TIF audit that the auditor,
okay.
and that we can deal with some artful language about timing.
Okay, yes, well, that was, yeah, back-to-back audits would, yeah. Yes, they should have some time to breathe. And I'm assuming that they're gonna pay, no, if he does it, he pays for it. They're gonna pay for it if we do it. So that also can have an impact back-to-back. So, yeah, and I don't, we could try that on miscellaneous tax because tips go on there. So that one's going to be a big bill. I'm getting some pressure to take testimony on corporate income, corporate taxes and the cloud tax. And I'm saying, geez, well, we've sent you the cloud tax 4 times. I said, yeah, always within 2 weeks of, recess. And I said, but I've got, new members every year. I'm not just voting out the cloud tax. We've never decided to do it. So if we get time, we'll take some initial testimony, but we've got just a bunch of smaller bills we've got to take out, and they don't tend to be as draining as something as big and complex as broadband. So if we have to go into the evening and knock 2 or 3 more out, I think we can do that. But, okay, so I will see you after the floor tomorrow.
Okay,
I'm
floor
going down
10, right?
We're on at
Um,
10.
Ending YouTube now.